welcome everyone to another exciting installment of the Nebulous Collection. Ha! Nailed it!
You fucking
Let me
did it.
raid!
We did it!
Okay.
Raid!
Yo, if you want.
Panda is talking about TF and Doctor Who, of course.
Excellent. It's going to get so much worse here.
Yeah.
Hello, Raiders, and welcome. Today,
Welcome to hell.
Today,
Welcome
I
to
hope
hell.
to.
I can't wait for you to see hell.
Can't wait for you to see hell.
Yeah, and this week, as every week, we are here to horrify, fascinate, and hopefully amuse the hell out of you.
That's the goal, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
No promises.
So,
On any of those traits, there will be no promises.
Can anything be
gotta
worse than my roller coaster that launched you at 200 miles per hour into a turn that broke your neck?
I want to get off Mr. Dreadfuss's well.
All right,
Dr. Dreadfuss, excuse me.
Dr.
Dr.
Dreadfuss.
Dreadfuss. Wow.
Just imagine Dr. Dreadfuss's surprise. Like, I imagine it's just like, oh, this will be fun. And then she just watches as a training dummy is ripped in half at the turn. It's like, oh no.
Oh.
Bold to assume that it won't rip apart the entire coaster
Yeah,
under its own
I was
weight.
gonna say,
Flings the cars off.
Dreadfuss is like Adam Savage, but with less, like, forethought.
Adam
Yeah.
Savage, but
With-
dumb.
Yes. No, that's pretty much the perfect description, huh?
Or at least more
Adam
reckless.
Adam Savage is awesome.
Adam Savage is
Yes.
great. Like,
He's
genuine
smart. He's
treasure.
nice.
Love to see how he turned out.
Like the only hero we had growing up that we didn't have to shoot.
All right. So. Well, Ian, it's your show.
I was gonna say, yeah, no, it is my show. So, question, does anyone want to read their stuff from the journey
Oh,
thus far, or do we want to
yes.
just go straight into it? Because
We
yeah,
should read
that's
journal
basically what
entries.
I'm
It'll
waiting
be
for.
fun.
The journey
And then
so
we'll get
far.
to the fun.
All right.
I believe.
Oh, mine's not good. We wrote it at like time. What
Oh,
time
it's
was it?
fine.
Read it anyway.
Morning.
Oh, read it
Fine.
anyway. It'll be fine.
I've edited these on the go, don't worry.
We definitely need to do Dreadfuss A's last.
Oh dear.
For
Yes.
comedy reasons. It's a callback to the ending of last time.
Okay, Nick,
Yeah.
you start up.
Sure. From the scrawlings of Havelock Chamberlain. Well, between Jack and Ether, our little family has grown once again. Our new friends both seem very skilled, though in almost opposite ways. Jack is analytical, social, and quite the impressive info gatherer, and her hair is simply adorable, even if they do like to bite. Ether, for their part, seems to be a total amnesiac. I'm sure they'll get flashes of who they once were at dramatic and or inopportune moments and go on a lovely little journey of self-discovery on the way. Or perhaps they'll learn to make peace with the memories they don't have anymore. Either way, they are very competent with firearms. And they seem to be a robot cowboy, which is just precious. I gave them a bit of a tour of the place, though they seemed only half present until we got to the firing range. That seemed to focus them quite well. Then Dreadfuss started doing what they do and managed to bring the range to life because they have the precision and care of a blunderbuss, which in turn made Yersinia start seizing, but everyone survived, so all in all, I'd say it was an excellent orientation. On a more personal front, I'm realizing that I can channel the book's power in ever more interesting ways. I've managed to channel it into a few weapons, which has dramatically increased their usefulness to me, but it has me thinking, what if I imbue it into summoned things like my Shoggoths, or even Yersinia's skeletons? I'm not ignorant of the risks involved, so I want to try it on something we have properly restrained first, but the potential uses for such an ability definitely warrant further research. That's it.
Okay.
That's the tweet.
Ether.
Send tweet.
All right.
It's your turn, Ether.
Us now.
Sure is.
Yep.
All right. I'm not sure if I want to keep the cowboy accent.
Just go. Just go.
Fine. Well, today sure has been interesting. Don't have the foggiest idea where I am, how I got here, who any of these strangers are, or hell, who I am. What I've got figured out so far, though, is that I'm good with guns and I like them quite a lot. I, or whoever put together me and my kit, seem to have an eye for a touch of vanity, judging by the engravings. Just how old am I? Gotta be getting up there, judging by how banged up I am. Looks like I've been shot a couple times, too. Maybe my bad luck just started a while before losing my memory. Frankly, this all gets more and more daunting the more I think about it. The peculiar folks around me aside, I seem to be on my own. Not that these strangers seem lacking in resources or prowess. I just don't know any of them. Don't know what they stand for, what motivates them. Don't know if I can trust them not to flip on me the moment it suits them best. That does raise some bigger questions, though. What do I stand for? What motivates me? All I really know now is that I want to do right by folks that need it, folks that help one another. And so far, these folks have helped me, so I suppose I owe them that at least. Well, that does me for now. Think I'll just smoke and play with my cards for a while. Maybe listen to some of the music on the shelf over by the door. And try not to think about that body I saw in the scrying pool.
Okay. I
Send
can't
tweet.
send tweet. So I think the last one's Dreadfesse. I
Yep.
don't think Jack's written one.
Correct.
Yeah, diary. The finale sucked. Dreadful say.
Send tweet.
Send tweet. Okay.
Finale
So-
sucked.
With that out of the way, we get to the good shit.
Yeah.
Well, sort of the good shit. So it's a day in the Nebulous Collection. Everyone's up. It's been breakfast. We're all getting to the end of breakfast, or y'all are getting to the end of breakfast specifically. And something rather unusual happens. Well, maybe not unusual, but normally, you just get the summoning bell. You just get the ding dong. Time for you to go and do some bullshit.
Yeah.
In this case, the curator comes up to all of you.
Oh.
Sitting at the table, he has a note in his hands. Or specifically, a letter.
Hello,
Which-
collectors. This is for you.
Indeed. He forks it over to presumptively Havelock,
Okay.
and you notice, first of all, this is a really nice letter. This is nice paper.
Havelock just
Like-
smiles. They just smile as they open it. Like, someone has good taste in stationery.
Yep. And it's notably, it is unlabeled on the outside. The lip of the envelope, like the one that's folded down, has a black edge to it. And there is a distinctive logo of a black circle in the center of what seems to be a golden eye.
Well, that's fucking ominous.
That is not a symbol I've seen too much of before. And Havelock,
That's-
thinks about it and looks at their marks, which prominently feature eyes these days.
Yes.
Or,
It's one of yours.
Yeah,
well-
Ether's like leaning over. Is that yours?
Well,
Yeah.
if it is, I'm not aware of them. Ooh, that has some possibilities. Maybe there are others like me.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm going to include Yersinia and Mithraia to a limited degree just because I feel like they could be useful for this.
Oh, please
But
do.
they don't recognize it either. And Mithraia really doesn't care because she's into her third plate of waffles, but continue.
Yep, there it is.
So,
Havelock, I presume this is, like, sealed with wax and all that.
yeah.
Havelock goes and, like, pops the seal properly, like to take out a little pen knife they have for such things. And they open the letter.
That's wonderful of you to do. The instant the letter is open, it sucks you all into it.
Oh,
Oh!
bloody hell.
Oh!
I'm just imagining the Mario 64 warp pipe
Yeah,
sound.
yeah. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, everybody just...
Yep. And where do
In
we?
your absence,
Yep.
the letter flutters to the ground, and maybe
Mhm.
you should have read the other side
Oh.
because it says, "The Trickster's Parlor, care of Team Team Name Redacted."
So is that the team name officially?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
calling us Team Name Redacted. We are Team
Fair.
Redacted for the rest of eternity. I don't fucking care. Fight
But
me
it's
on
not actually been redacted. Somebody just thought it'd be cool to call it that.
it.
Perfect.
Basically, no one could figure it out, so now it's just been a black bar for long enough that anyway.
Yeah,
Moving
uh-huh.
on. So
It's actually
I-
just an empty text prompt.
I
it's like
just,
a couple
I
of
really,
parentheses with an
Don't
an
let
empty
them in
set.
on the secret.
Or there was like a box to write the name in, but somebody just filled it in.
Yep.
Yes. So
I think Dreadful grabs her breakfast on the way into the portal, so
probably
Yeah.
probably
she'll
you do.
finish it.
Yep.
So you pop out the other side into essentially like you all kind of find yourself standing in. You're clearly in a room, kind of like an antechamber, and it's one of those circumstances where if you've ever been like in a nice restaurant or place where it kind of smells expensive,
No.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yep.
like
No, we haven't actually.
Really, you gotta love that ritzy smell, you know?
yeah, but it's like there's the carpet under your feet feels very very nice,
Yep.
and like essentially all of you realize that you basically manifested behind like a thick set of curtains, which it's up to you. You want to open it up or do you want to stay just
Havelock just looks awkwardly at everyone and is like,
Also again, everyone's like stuffed in there, so it's not exactly cozy.
Sorry, this was not the plan.
I wasn't aware we had a plan. This falling first into danger sort of seems to be our MO.
I just wanted to read a letter.
So should I be acting under the assumption that you generally have a plan, or
Oh no.
No.
God.
No.
noted?
Your Sydney's
Luckily-
like, yeah, this is pretty par for the course.
Havelock like looks down at himself. He's like properly dressed. Luckily, I decided to get dressed and gear up before breakfast this morning.
Dreadful is wearing slippers and still eating her bacon.
Excellent.
And a fluffy like robe.
I hope so.
Yeah, it's a usual robot fluffy, and that's the only difference.
Neither never took off their hat, poncho, and equipment rig.
Good.
Like they just never took it off.
I don't imagine they would.
They don't have a reason to.
Yeah.
So yeah, do
Alright.
you want to go through the curtains or do you want to just hang out?
Havelock will peek through the curtains a little, slightly.
So
I
Here
draw
is-
my gun just in preparation. Like
So-
we're not somewhere familiar and have just been taken there without knowledge or consent. I'm taking my pistol out.
valid. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. So the
Conk.
space that you see is a little hard to parse. It appears to be a largely empty room in some sort of smoking lounge or elite club.
Ooh, Havelock feels right at home in places like this.
Whoa, hang on. Sorry, one quick second.
No rush.
Okay, got that taken care of. The style, if for those who are in a position to detect it, because I presume essentially Havelock, you pop your head out and like all of our heads appear in like a sliding scale of height above you.
Yes.
Because Havelock is the short bean.
I think Havelock might
Is
actually be
your
one of
mouth
the.
a short bean?
Havelock's
I
like
did not
5'8", 5'7", somewhere in there.
Goblin.
I was gonna say Yersinia and Mithraia are both like
They loom
6'3",
over
6.5".
Havelock, yeah.
So I'm not sure where everyone else falls into the slide, but there's definitely a number
Never
of heads popping
decided.
over.
Yeah, Jack's like
decided if there's
5'3", so I'm pretty sure she's the short one here.
Okay,
that's
yeah, no, that
possible.
actually tracks. So
I
Oh.
think Dreadful is the
6'5".
bottom just because it's funnier.
Oh, Jack's head comes out underneath Havelock's, and their hair just starts moving on its own.
Hmm.
Hello, little friends. Havelock doesn't try to pet them. He's learned better, but he's like, "Hello, You're all adorable, and I love you.
Snakes.
I mean, I don't think you'll hold their attention for very long unless you turn into a frozen baby mouse. So,
Oh yeah, no, they are not particularly interested in Havelock, that's for sure. But you know.
yeah.
Meanwhile, Nibirius is big lad.
Yes,
Nibirius is
very,
like
very-
pushing. Nibirius is pushing 7 feet and is nearly as broad.
Indeed.
Ether, I don't know where Ether would be on this.
Yep.
But yes, so everyone's head comes around the corner in a typically
Mhm.
comedic fashion.
Yeah.
And for those of you who might be able to detect it in
Mhm.
one way or another, the style of the room, again, this is some kind of elite club of some type,
Uh-huh.
and it's clearly like there's a door across from you that seems to lead into other spaces. This one
Oh.
area is very big, is like not very big, but it's like it is one room of what is clearly a larger area.
Mm.
And the door is open. You can see light. This place, however, it's all done up in what you might recognize if you looked very closely or were familiar as the Mexican variant of Art Deco.
Yep.
Mhm, mhm.
So there's a lot of cubed angles. There's a lot of bas relief of
Oh.
various scenes of like jaguars and sacrifice and all the good shit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's an absolute shitload of fucking plants everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Of
Clammed.
course. Of course.
And there's like the air is so thick with copal incense that if you are the sort to breathe, you may just choke on it.
Havelock is looking at all of this like, oh, I haven't
For a
seen a place
second-
like this since I studied in South America for a while. There were some fascinating ruins out there.
For a second, we processed that as kobold incense.
Yeah, no, please do not set your kobolds on fire. Please don't do that.
It's very poor form. Very
Yes.
Yeah.
Tasty.
Don't eat the kobolds.
So,
I was hungry.
oh my god. So, I'm sorry. I'm having a minute.
I
But
don't want this to be canon now, actually.
it's canon. You're stuck
It's
with it.
canon now.
Too bad.
So, as you're looking
Dreadfast
into
is a
this,
Vortop.
Oh
Ah,
no.
anyway.
as you're looking into this space, Voraside, you see like kind of off to like again, there's some tables in the middle with like little candles on them, and there's a number of like round booths along the edge of the room. And out of one of these booths, you hear a voice. It's about as smoky as the incense, and it goes, "Apparently, the curator works fast when the trickster's parlor calls. I'm glad we still command so much respect."
I just stay at the back of the group, keeping an eye on things with my gun out and ready.
Yes.
Havelock at this point just steps out into the room, pulls out their cigar case, clips and lights a very nice smoke, and just walks over to the to this mysterious voice in the booth. I assume with
right.
Nibirius flanking him, and is
Yes.
like, well, we do aim to please at the Nebulous Collection. May I ask whom I have the pleasure of speaking with today?
So, as you come around to the
Mhm.
booth that holds the owner of the mysterious voice, you spot who is talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
It appears to be a man,
Mm-hmm.
and he is absolutely all darkness and angles. He's wearing an entirely immaculate black suit. And he's got like, and it's sort of formal, but he's clearly flouting it a little bit because he's got the top button undone, and you
Ah.
can see
Of course.
like around his neck, he's got this heavy leather thong with a
Ah.
disc of obsidian that's just like resting right under the dip of his collarbone.
Oh.
He's got kind of medium long hair that he's got tied back in this kind of abrupt little ponytail at the nape of his neck.
Mm-hmm.
And this
Majima
is
hair.
huh?
Majima hair.
Kinda, yeah. And He's got pierced ears with little gold studs, shaped like eyes, with an iridescent black pupil.
Ooh.
When you actually get to his face, again, high cheekbones, full lips, distinctive nose, and running across the whole of it from essentially ear to ear over the bridge of said nose is a black line that might be makeup or might be a tattoo. It's pretty hard to guess because as soon as you make eye contact with him, that's kind of what you're focused on.
Ooh.
Because his eyes are a frightening shade of yellow. And as you guys come around, again, there's a candle on the center of the table, and the light catches his pupils and lights them up like a large predator.
Yeah, thought
A
so.
question, if I
Answer.
may. What does he look like to Jack?
So good. To Jack, he looks like smoke. He looks like iridescence. He looks like, like the flash of light off of a piece of glass or a mirror. He I'm trying to think of anything else. He looks like, again, he looks like a predator of some striation, like a big cat.
Yeah, I'm not
These
gonna
are
lie,
all the
I
things.
immediately thought jaguar when you were describing this person to me.
That is entirely apt.
Yeah, I figured.
Ether just mumbles, so this is work, I see, and then just switches, holsters the pistol, and takes out the shotgun to start loading it.
Havelock very, calmly, without looking at him, just hearing the gun come out, puts a hand in front of him and is like, now, there's no need to be rude to our host. With, a very clear, undertone of, put that the fuck away right now.
Yep.
Yup.
I just sigh and put it back in the scabbard.
Yup. Locke's like, let's not be rude to our host. I'm sure it's a
Jack is
rather...
feeling something very uncomfortable in her lizard brain, in the manner of a prey animal that did not realize there was a predator about.
Yeah.
Hot.
She is on her best behavior, but holy shit, something has her a little tweaked.
Havelock is
So does
feeling
everyone
that...
see something? Does everyone see something different, or?
No, most of you, I'm sure
No, I
Jack
think
can
that's just
probably
Jax.
switch back
Yeah,
and
that's just
forth
Jack.
between seeing what we're seeing and seeing with her true sight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Havelock is feeling that hint of danger, but for Havelock that means fun's
It's
incoming.
horny.
Yeah, Havelock is now. You see Havelock turning on the charm because this person, it makes them unsettled.
Yep.
So
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
Havelock,
just for
looking for
context,
stuff.
Yersinia and Mithraya are kind of like, well, that's new. Dreadfest.
It's just she's tired. She's just woke up. She still wants to finish her breakfast. She's just decided not to give a shit.
She's still eating her
Basically.
bacon.
She's still eating the
Making eye
bacon in the
contact.
corner, not even making eye contact, trying to check her pockets for any of the stuff that's turned up with her. Most of it hasn't.
Yep. Havelock sits down at the table across from this fellow and just is politely, in between puffs on their cigar, is politely, I do hope you'll forgive myself and my compatriots our lack of proper formal wear. I must confess the letter was a bit of a surprise. Quite fun, though.
Speak for yourself.
I wanted
Havelock
more
just
bacon.
shoots Ether a look.
So your host kind of watches everyone get settled, and he's he seems pleased to see all of you. He's definitely amused by all of you.
I imagine.
And he kind of turns to Havelock and goes, also, I'm afraid I didn't answer your question at the beginning when you asked my name. I am Tezcatlipoca. I am the Lord of the Near and the Night, the Lord of the Night Wind, he who is the enemy of both sides.
Havelock, near the end of this, actually, helps chip in with some of the titles that he's familiar with. I've made a small... I've made
No,
a
continue.
small study of some of the cultures that revolve around you, and I must confess I am sufficiently impressed. And, in fairness, I suppose I should give my own name if it interests you. I am Havelock Chamberlain, at your service.
Wonderful. The rest of you?
Drive for show.
Around a mouthful of
Just a
bacon
mouthful
and
of
waffles.
bacon.
Yes.
You see, Tezcatlipoca's face like kind of crooks up. He's clearly trying to maintain like the impression of being very serious, but Dreadfase is like working on his humor nerves.
Yup.
So he's trying desperately not to smile.
Nibirius.
Spaced out for a second. Who asked names?
Tezcatlipoca is asking everybody their names. I figure this is a chance for everyone to introduce since Havelock got started.
Fair.
Nibirius just chimes in with Nibirius von... Oh, what was there? Oh, what clan was
Halen.
Von, like, I don't know,
Halen.
Von Trapp.
he? Maybe.
Von Halen.
What were they? Oh, this is gonna bother me
Karstag?
now.
Karstag?
Stromkirk.
Carhart? Stromkirk.
Stromkirk.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Nibirius von Stromkirk.
Ether also is getting like the danger signals, and when asked for their name and everyone else is gone, and they just go like, you don't it's none of your business.
Havelock just, again, like, very briefly, just shoots Ether a fucking look! Before, oh, actually, at this point, Ether hears a very quiet knocking.
In your head.
In their head. They hear a very quiet knocking. As does everyone
Immediately
else. But everyone else is familiar with this by now.
Immediately start like trying to look in the direction of the knocking,
Yup.
then just assume it's nothing.
The knock comes again.
Oh,
This time, still polite, but more insistent this time.
I like again. I have like I haven't been given anything to help me figure out that this is just in my mind and not
Yup.
somewhere in this brand new place.
By the way, Tezcatlipoca is super amused by all of this.
Yup. Havelock, at this point, like, you feel a sort of pressure on your mind for just a moment. And the knocking the knocking goes away, and you feel a sort of pressure. It's not unpleasant per se, but it borders on it. It's feels,
insistent.
Yeah, it feels almost like sinus pressure, except in your mind.
Oh god, that sounds awful.
Yeah, it does.
It does. And you do hear Havelock's voice in your head. Be respectful around the literal god, please.
Oh shit.
I just assume you said that out loud.
Oh no! Yes!
Sorry.
I'm not trying to be a dick. I just don't see how his name is my business.
Havelock turns to
Alright.
you with
I fucked it. My name is his business. Is what I meant to say. Assume I
Havelock
said
just turns to you because you just responded out loud.
I muttered it. I didn't say it like loud. I just muttered it in the direction of Havelock, assuming that's what happened to me.
Havelock at that point is literally like, your mind, Ether. I'm speaking
What?
to you in your mind.
Stop. Then.
No.
Okay, by this point, Tezcatlipoca has lost the ability to keep a straight face, and he is
Yup.
just like, he's shaking with laughter.
Yup.
Oh!
At least he's shaking it well.
Shoki Pili did not lie. You are exactly the people I need.
Havelock. This gets Havelock's attention again. Oh.
So, you say that you've done some studies of us. Perhaps you know of Shoki Pili, one of my many cousins.
Hmm.
And perhaps you know that us Aztec gods do love to gamble. And Shoki Pili is the
Can you spell that for me? Genuinely.
X0CHI
X0?
or XXO, sorry. XOCHI, no
Yup.
numbers. PILLI.
PILLI. Thank you.
Yes.
I do want to make a
So-
point of ooh. Oh, fun. I like what
Yeah,
I'm seeing already.
Oh yeah, no, you're gonna like Shoki. There's gonna be a couple of Shokis. So yeah, Shoki Pili, he's good.
Yeah.
Moving on. So
His
And
name
Shoki
literally
P-
translates to flower prince.
Yep.
Yes.
So just don't spoil all your shit yet, because it's
I
going
won't.
like
Yes.
we'll get there. And amongst us, there is no gambler more fond of the habit than Shoki Pili. And he was. A couple of weeks ago, I believe you all, well, some of you, I don't believe you were part of the group. He didn't mention the armed robot, but
They're a new member of our little collective here.
the more the merrier.
Hmm.
You were all at the House of the Setting Sun, I believe.
Havelock gets a look of longing on his face.
We
Oh,
were.
We
Whatever.
certainly were.
Well, Shoki Pili was there gambling that night, and he got to witness the entire spectacle. You all impressed him pretty profoundly. It also allowed him to get out with needing to pay his tab, so it stuck in his mind.
Havelock suddenly looks delighted. Did he witness the poker game?
He didn't mention a poker game. He mostly mentioned a undead angel flapping its way out of the building.
Havelock, like, shrugs, looking a little disappointed, but is like, that. Yes, terrible business. That really was rather awkward.
Well, the fact is, again, you made quite an impression on him, and he thought that I, given the current set of circumstances that I find myself in, might be able to use your specific talents for chaos to my own ends.
Havelock is now just smiling with, like, a very excited, like, they're not even pretending to not be excited at whatever's happening. Oh? And
So-
what did you have in mind? If I may
Well-
be so bold.
Of course. So, do any of you know Quetzalcoatl?
I know of him.
Havelock's
Hmm.
I don't
I've-
know any of you lot, honestly.
Dawn Serpent.
yeah, Havelock's like,
Pretzel, what?
Wait,
oh. Havelock flinches visibly at that. Oh,
At what, Dawn Serpent?
no, at Pretzel what? From Ether.
Yes.
Havelock, like, flinches visibly at that. Oh.
The funny thing is, Tezcatlipoca goes, I think I like this one.
It's because Ether's just so utterly clueless and out of their element.
No, you'll find out why. Here, let Tezcatlipoca tell you.
Mhm.
Their element is gun, and they are out of it at the moment.
Oh,
So-
Panda, I'm aware of what flower meant to the Aztecs. Don't you
Oh, yes.
worry.
Oh yes, no, it's
What?
The Aztecs
Flower-
had a very fun culture.
yes, and the word flower has strongly carnal connotations.
Oh, yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, suffice to say, there's a reason that Caravan Palace's Miracle music video very heavily borrows from Mayan and Aztec influences the way that it does.
Yeah. and it's
Fuck
also
that.
in not to get into things that would upset Bun, but in the somewhat off-brand Silent Hill stuff where we discover the name Shukil Bara, it's
Mhm.
Nahua for flower spear, which is easily a metaphor for penis.
That's easily a metaphor for
it's
penis.
just a metaphor
Yup.
for dick.
It is.
So yeah, Shoki Pili has some implications, shall we say,
sure
about
does.
him. But so, Let
Oh,
Tezcatlipoca,
Havelock's gonna have fun here. I can tell already.
he's like, I like this one. So, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the Lord of the Dawn, he is sometimes my brother, but he is always my rival. And as long as we have existed, and we are very old, I have done my best to remind that snooty serpent that he is as base as the rest of us and just as bound to the debts of blood and sacrifice. And now I need you to help me crash his wedding.
Havelock is smiling open. Like, Havelock looks like he just got everything he ever wanted under the Christmas tree.
This is out of character, but like this is out of character and don't want it to actually be taken as diegetic, but I'm just imagining like I thought based was good.
Womp womp.
Ether doesn't know what based means though. That's
No.
I'm just calling that now.
Yes.
He doesn't know any of the Zoom or Twitch slang.
I honestly don't even know what based means. I'm using base in the old, like, base and
Base is
degenerate.
not based.
Right. Based
Yeah.
I think-
means like someone being based means they're like unabashedly themselves regardless of how they may be perceived. Like
Okay.
people who use neo pronouns are based as fuck, for example.
Okay, I get you. I
Yep.
get you. But yeah, so
I think that's pretty podge, champ.
I do like that. God, does she say that out
Shut
loud?
up.
I really hope she just says that out loud.
No, that's not canon. Dreadfully.
no,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
taking
what
that as
was.
canon. You can't stop me.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I was gonna say like Dreadfuss is going to say that at some point.
Yes.
It's
loud.
inevitable, isn't it, actually? Oh,
That's
God.
pretty pogchamp.
Pog Chomp.
She
French
hasn't.
version.
Once she works out how to work the computer, maybe.
Mhm.
Yes. So, does anyone have a
Pagere.
response to this suggestion?
Havelock
Anyone
is
have any
trying
questions?
very hard not to sit there shaking and clapping very quickly. Havelock does, in fact, just say, like, say no more. I'm in.
Hi, Ether is just like I got nothing better else to do.
Oh, Nebby, I'm so excited for us. We get to crash a wedding together.
Jack leans into Tezcatlipoca and kind of points at them and sort of quietly says, "That which opposes?"
Yes. We exist in opposition. We always have.
Mhm.
Jack nods as though confirming something to herself. Sits back without another word.
You see, Tez continues, as I said to you, Quetzalcoatl and I are very old. And if you can see them, and I think that you can, we've had more names than there have been worlds. Though, if I am being honest, and frankly I rarely am, the feathered serpent is older than me. So maybe that explains some of his recent desperation and the conundrum we find ourselves in. He's had more time in the sweet, golden light of worship. He needs it more. And of course, after the brutality and the destruction of the conquests, we were all in a very, very bad state. We survived, of course, because no matter what those bastards tried, our people remembered us. They remembered who gave them corn, who stole their bones from Miklan, who lured up the many-mouthed Sipakli so the world could be made, even if all that did come at tremendous cost. Tezcatlipoca stares morosely into the middle distance as he speaks. His gold and obsidian eyes are far away, but you can see the reflections of hideous atrocities in the black mirrors of his pupils. But even though we weren't forgotten, we were not worshipped openly. Some of us syncretized with the invading faith so that we could get by. Mictacatlipoca was especially good at that. Others may do with the belief and ritual that could masquerade as quaint folklore. Regardless, we all suffered, but as time went on, Quetzalcoatl managed to revamp himself a bit, get into the good graces of the conquerors as the nice god, the god who did not demand human blood in payment for the debt of continued life. And as the world moved on, that revamping got him talked about in different circles to the point where he has all but left his birth pantheon behind. And then, somewhere in the recent past, time is odd for gods, I couldn't tell you when, he received an offer of marriage from the conspiracy pantheon.
The
Ah, Christ.
Oh.
I don't. Look,
We keep fucking spacing out, but I'm just gonna take that as being in character.
Yes.
I don't know what these gods are.
We're
but
tired and haven't eaten.
that
Don't worry.
sounds bad.
Conspiracy.
Conspiracy Pantheon sounds bad.
Half-Luck just starts
It
laughing.
is.
Oh,
It
it
is
should
bad.
be
Little
illegal
bacon
to have
eater.
this much fun.
I'm like nervous, but like not visibly. I'm just like, what the fuck have I somehow gotten myself into? Kind of look.
Welcome to the Nebulous Collection.
I mean,
The truth can make it halfway around the world before, or the lies can make it halfway around the world before the truth can get its shoes on.
It's true.
And that works
Isn't
for
that the
leaves, too.
truth?
Yeah.
wait, sorry.
Yes, little bacon eater.
Sorry,
What did you have
sorry.
to say?
I'm used to gods that are a bit more. Not you. Sorry.
Used to other gods.
I'm trying to
The
work
other
out.
gods are different.
I mean, look, Thor was always a weird one, but like there was.
You're
not
my
like
real
other
god.
gods.
Yeah, one of the previous party members worshipped Thor, so even though that's rare within the setting she comes from, she knows what a Thor is.
What
But most of her
Thor
gods
is.
are D&D
Oh.
gods.
You know,
Um,
Thor. Well, then Loki's right next door. At some
Wait.
point, if you want to go visit him, he's around.
I don't.
Havelock looks more
I
intrigued.
don't know what a Loki is actually. Yeah,
Ooh.
I don't know.
yeah no. Thor in
What's
my
a
universe
Loki?
was a dead god, one of the forgotten ones. There was a lot. There's so many of the bloody things. Honestly, it's surprising I remember any of them. But usually they were more. I'm trying to pin what the difference is, but I can't.
What?
In or out of character.
What?
Actually, what?
Raise an eyebrow at Dreadface.
What does
Tezcatlipoca
that
just
mean?
kind of looks on in bemused amusement.
Oh yeah, no, you're actually here. That'll be it. Like, that's your cleric. The other ones are just like, oh, we just gotta believe in us. Eh.
At this, Havelock does just laugh. Oh, Dreadfuss.
Oh yeah.
You
No.
precious, precious individual. I do so adore you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that's a thank you. But yeah, can I bring a +1?
No.
Damn.
I'm waiting for it to be like, damn, guess you're staying here, Rock.
The rock isn't sentient, Havelock. Christ.
Havelock-
Tezcatlipoca's like, do I even want to know about the rock?
Probably not.
She pulls out the rock. It stops me from accidentally teleporting.
It's a dimensional anchor.
Oh.
So cut to the chase. What do you want us to actually do?
So,
So crash the wedding. That's fine, but I'm assuming not with, say, homemade explosive or something like that. So, what's our parameters here?
so you are correct, my snaky cohort. Every god is allowed to bring a retinue.
Oh,
Oh.
what?
I intend to bring you as my retinue. And while we are there, I am hoping that we are going to find a way to fuck things up badly enough that the wedding can't go forward. I'm not specifically sure how that's going to work. I am relying to some extent on you lot to make that happen.
Havelock,
You're
said-
asking us to sow social discord? It's like
Yes.
we were born to do that.
So, for
We're on social Discord right now.
Exactly. It's a pun on 2 levels.
It is.
Yeah.
Havelock looks
don't go down 3 levels, then you'll be in unformed pun space. Bwomp!
Havelock looks at Tezka rather.
You can call him Tez. You can
Tez,
call
yeah.
me Tez.
Okay. Yeah. Havelock looks at Tez rather curiously and is like, "How? I must confess, I'm a bit rusty on all of the finer points of your specific pantheon. How seriously did they take infidelity?"
Well, funny you should ask that. I have to let you know this is not the first time I've fucked up my rival's life.
Ah.
The last time I managed to do it, I got him so blackout drunk he slept with his own sister.
Ah,
Oh,
right.
Oops.
I do recall
Oh,
that.
Jesus
I do recall that
Christ.
story.
So, unfortunately, I feel that is not going to be a tremendously viable option.
That's
But you never
fair.
know. If you all can figure out a way to do it, I am all for it. I just know that, let's say that the conspiracy pantheon is somewhat aware of my distaste for this.
Hmm.
So I may be under stronger scrutiny, and that's exactly why I wanted you lot. You are unknown to them. You
This is-
are an empty set.
Hmm.
You
Well,
can get away with shit that I can't.
that's fair. Hmm.
And the fact is,
So, the conspiracy pantheon.
yes.
Explain that, please.
If I may hazard a guess before you explain. As
Yes.
I'm starting to get a feel for the dream logic of things like this. This is something along the lines of the personifications of conspiracies believed by people, which in many ways are a form of religious worship, a sort of spiritual being, if you will.
Exactly.
Oh, how fun! I get to blacken the eye of several of my least favorite facets of society.
Good. I hope you're excited.
Oh, I
Because-
certainly am.
Oh.
At this point, they've become a bit of an existential threat, at least to me, because you see, if Quetzalcoatl marries into their ranks, his story changes. My story goes right along with it.
Oh, that's no good
What
at
was
all.
half-assed nonsense becomes canon. And frankly, I have no interest in being rewritten into their bullshit. They are ugly, they are vicious, they are stupid. And my story would bend and twist in their hands away from what I actually am, the all-knowing Lord of the Night, to whom even kings must bow. As he says this, he glances down, and Havelock, I think you're probably able to see this. He's got one of his legs propped up like across his knee, and where a foot should protrude from his
Is it-
pant leg, his very elegantly tailored pant leg, there is nothing but like a swirling mass of smoke that sort of resembles a foot.
Yes.
I sacrificed too much to let it all be taken away just so my brother and rival can have the limelight again.
That is extremely fair, and I would frankly consider it nothing short of the highest sort of tragedy, should such a thing come to pass.
Good. However, I will sweeten the deal for all of you.
Now
So that
Havelock
I
is looking
can
at them
get-
very pointedly. Oh.
So I can get you. So I can get, shall we say, 110% out of the lot of you. For you, he looks at Havelock, I believe you want back into the House of the Setting Sun. Am I right?
Oh, that would be lovely. I could think of Havelock now looks at them appraisingly. I could think of some other things I'd like, though. Failing that.
Ether, like throughout this, just takes out a cigarette and starts smoking.
Tez is like, very kind of you, but no.
Wait,
However-
Havelock is set from Egyptian mythology. No, Zoe has it right, though. Havelock is a very friendly eldritch horror.
Yes.
Although, that's an interesting idea, Panda. I may give that some thought.
What I
Carry on,
can
though.
do is, one, I can talk to the head of the House of the Setting Sun and get things tweaked a little bit. And in addition, I am the one who knows if it has been spoken on the air, I know it. So if any of you want secrets answered or information, at the end of this, I will reward you with whatever I can tell you about it.
Now Ether's attention has been grabbed.
Havelock looks so painfully
Oh.
torn, it's not even funny.
Oh.
Tezcatlipoca like kind of glances at Ether, and Dreadfussane is like, like
Yep.
he knows he's got them where he wants them.
Yep.
Justinian and
Oh,
Mithrai,
I'm
just for the
writing
record,
down
are here for this. They're into it.
Oh, yeah.
So, are we all in agreement? Does everybody have the incentive they need to get in the game, as it were?
Jack is already engineering an exquisite way to disrupt things.
Yup. Havelock is,
I- I draw and resume loading my shotgun.
Havelock
Tez
is
is like, I appreciate your fervor, my metallic friend, but until the laws of hospitality are breached, do not shoot anyone.
Just a precaution.
I understand that, but I also have to take my own precautions, as it were.
Can they use
Fair
blanks?
enough.
Or like, what if I put a thing in the gun that makes it fire some sort of party thing? I've heard these things called
Are you proposing
poppers.
Are you proposing confetti guns?
Just pack a shotgun shell with like streamers and confetti.
Yeah, like that's how it works. I mean, how could it could go fine, right? Like you can just
Dreadfussay.
Hmm?
Friend. Love.
yeah. Presumptive,
can-
but yeah.
We can keep to our normal munitions and simply keep our weapons holstered. It probably is in
I mean,
generally
bring the
bad
finger first,
taste
well.
to draw guns at parties, regardless of what pleasantries may be held in them.
But that's
Also, if we're dealing with gods,
I don't know that guns will do us all that much good anyway.
Not
They
with
won't.
that attitude.
Oh, Ether, I forget that this is your first proper time with
dear.
us. Guns can't solve everything, my friend. They can solve many things. But not every problem is solved at the end of a gun barrel.
Fair. Yeah, it's just a precaution.
Hmm. Regardless, you had me at simple intrigue for the assignment. I'm in regardless.
can this pantheon of gods die if I shoot them
They're gods
with
so
magic?
Flip a coin.
Flip coin. Depends on which Marvel
Yeah,
movie you're
no.
watching.
Yeah, no, I'm just because it's me.
As delightful
just sort
as it
of-
would be to wipe out the conspiracy pantheon, that feels like a long-term goal. I don't think we're going to pull that off crashing a wedding, and we wouldn't.
I'm just making sure what I'm dealing with, because if I accidentally create a volcano in the middle of the place while trying to eat a snack, I want to know if everyone will die or not.
Havelock just very slowly turns their head towards Dreadfosse as they are describing this specific circumstance and is like, Dreadfosse, I need you to try very, very hard to avoid causing that sort of ruckus.
That
least-
flavor of ruckus.
Yes, that particular flavor of chaos is a last resort. Please.
Please.
This is why I
Set
asked.
the firing range to life again.
Please.
That's
Exactly.
only happened once.
For
That I
you.
know of.
All right, now that we've spent half an hour convincing everyone not to kill everyone, when is this happening?
It's happening now.
Oh.
Exquisite.
Oh, and here
So
I
we're
left
gonna
my
get,
best
like-
suit at home. A
Oh, don't
shame.
worry. As he says, like, Tezcatlipoca, like, starts scooting out of the booth and everyone just scoots with him.
Uh-huh.
Because, like, let's not lie. Nobody wants to, like, as fascinating and amazing as he is to look at, he's a jaguar in the zoo. You want a little bit of a bubble away from him.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
So
Unless you're a
y'all get
Havelock.
even Havelock,
Even
when
Havelock,
Tezcatlipoca is on the move, you move.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So he kind of gets everybody out. He looks everyone over. You know, kind of, and it's a very like man at the horse show kind of looking over. He comes up to
Yep.
everybody. He's like feeling fabric between fingers. He does
Is he
not
inspecting our
touch.
teeth
Not yet.
yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he like he
Yet.
notably he does not touch Ether, but he definitely like goes over all of Ether's markings. Eyeballs Dreadfosse with their plate of bacon, which is also
The plate
somehow
is
refilling
mostly gone now.
itself.
Oh
Is
god.
is it using the mozzarella
Yes!
stick technology?
Apparently it is.
Lord.
Everyone
So he-
hydrate immediately.
Yes.
Hey, hold on. I need to grab a water bottle. Be back in a sec.
Okay.
No, the hydrate has destroyed the stream.
What?
No, we're good. Everyone, real quick,
Mm-hmm.
think about what sort of outfit Tezcatlipoca is going to transform yours into. It's going to be
Oh.
black and gold. But
Yes!
aside from that, you more or less have a choice. Ideally, it should be at least like slightly incongruous and mostly appropriate for a wedding.
Yes.
Except for Dreadfosse, I am half tempted to just leave you in a just have you flipped into a black terry cloth robe with gold embroidery.
I cannot imagine Dreadfosse in an actual formal outfit unless she's forced into it. Like
I
I'm
mean-
thinking I'm thinking heart footy pajamas.
Yeah.
With a back flap.
Yeah.
That's for the tail, obviously.
Oh my god.
I know exactly what I want Havelock to have. I want like, you know those really gorgeous those like long coat style like
Okay, we're-
formal dress coats that are
water.
like
Yeah.
they
excellent.
fasten at those like Chinese style ones that like fasten at the shoulder and have like really long drapey sleeves. I basically want
Yeah.
an outfit for Havelock themed around that, except only one of the sleeves is long and the other is just kind of cut off.
Oh my god. So again, after inspecting you all for a second, he stands, he sits, he kind of talks to himself and waggles his head back and forth like he's weighing options. And then he snaps his fingers.
Formal poncho. I agree with Panda
Yes.
Pibble. Formal poncho.
Yes.
Dress poncho.
Dress poncho.
Suddenly, Ether, like, I'm just going to give you all more or less a description, and y'all can either agree or we can workshop it, but hopefully you'll agree. Like, Ether is suddenly like so everyone is suddenly wearing all black and gold. You've all been color themed. You're all color appropriate.
Havelock looks thrilled.
But like Ether, for context, Ether is suddenly like gunmetal black. All the tracery is done in gold. Like the gun, everything is just more or less the same, but just it's black and it's gold and it all looks very expensive.
Havelock is
Mhm.
looking at Ether like that is an excellent look for you.
Yersinia and Mithraia obviously are basically just wearing their nuns' habits, but they've been upgraded.
They look a little
typically
Trinity
color-wise.
bloodish.
Yeah.
Yes. Ooh, is there are they suddenly done up in face paint except instead of white it's gold? For like
Yes,
the
actually,
skull
I
face
like
paint
that.
and all
Yeah.
that because that's excellent.
Yeah, it's actually specifically the stuff on their face rather than like white paint.
Mhm.
It is a very distinctive sort of pale yellowish, but it's iridescent.
Yes.
I was expecting like, if we were gonna do something formal, I was expecting something like an old Western suit, like pictured in VC share. I mean, it's just a jacket and vest, but still.
I mean, we can do that
Alright.
regardless.
You can do that in
Um,
black
We just
and gold.
made it a thing where Ether never wears pants.
I
You
kind of
just
like that
have
though.
the
I just
shirt
like the
and
idea of
jacket.
just like full color swap.
Yep.
But anyway, so yeah, their face paint again. It's black, but it's where it needs to be. But the white areas are iridescent and kind of a pale yellow, which is actually historically accurate. I love that because that was actually a thing that Aztec women did to be pretty.
Hell yeah.
You had sort of yellowish face paint with mica ground into it. So sexy.
Ooh, very.
For Jack, what does Jack
Yes.
feel?
So
What's Jack
Jack,
feeling?
Jack will be wearing a formal black silk with gold trim kimono. However, notably, not a wedding kimono, but a mofuku or mourning kimono.
Ah, nice.
Mm.
Clever. Let's see. Havelock, you are in the outfit that you described. Again, it is all black and
Yes.
gold.
Ooh,
And then,
Nibirius.
oh yeah,
Her hair is not done
Tiberius
up, to
is-
clarify,
Of course.
because snakes don't like being tied up.
Yeah, that's
oh yeah,
fair.
no, I'm imagining there's like a very nice Art Deco hair comb that's like got them all they're all wrapped around, and they are not best pleased by this change.
Yes.
So there's a lot of like more than low grade hissing coming from over there.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Ooh, Nibirius for
Um,
their part is probably just rocking like Soren Markov style armor where it's like full chest
Oh,
plate,
yeah.
the nice greaves, the nice arm guards and everything, and just a beautiful long coat over all of it. The
Oh yeah.
what would normally be silver with red gems is like pitch black armor with a lot of gold decaling and a bright
Yeah.
obsidian gemstone in the centerpiece.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's got Tezcatlipoca's eye with obsidian pupil rammed into the chest. Or, like,
Mhm.
What's the term?
Em-
Fucking repoussade into the chest. That's a fancy
Yep.
way to describe it. And then there's Dreadfesse, who is now wearing the world's nicest black terry cloth bathrobe with
Still
gold
the
slippers
bathrobe.
Yep.
and lots of fancy gold embroidery along the cuffs and the collar of it.
Oh. Havelock's marks shift to
Oh,
like
yeah.
iridescent gold. And Havelock is just looking down at himself, utterly thrilled, and is like, "Can I keep it? I love this."
Like
I-
much of me, Mr. Havelock, I am illusion.
Ah, well.
But we can work on it.
Ether is
promising.
slightly relieved at this because they don't like. They're a bit like they're not upset, but they're kind of uncomfortable with losing what little was familiar already.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah, I figured that would be the case. Tezcatlipoca also figures it, but he doesn't care.
Yep.
But yeah, so and then Tezcatlipoca kind of very gently comes up to Dreadfesse, takes the bacon plate, walks to the door and hands it to one of the many avatars of Doug Jones that also populate this place.
Who is Doug Jones?
He's the actor. He's played so many roles. He's
The
Abe
avatar of
Sapien
Doug
in-
Jones.
in Hellboy. He's
He's been most tall, lanky monsters in the last 20 years.
yeah, pretty much.
Ah,
So, and as an
Okay,
actual person, he is just this long, skinny dude with a very malleable face. So,
Yep,
He's a
sure
dork.
is.
I'm trying to
But-
get a picture of my distance in the chat, but
but yeah, so, and he's like, take this away, and please throw it into the bottomless pit. And the gentleman is like, as you wish, Mr. Polka, and off.
Mr. Polka. Yes.
I came up with that on the fly. So,
Poker
but anyway.
face. I like to
He-
imagine Mr. Polka is like Polka.
Oh, God.
God damn
You
it.
never know. That may be a joke later.
He was the
So-
fish man in the shape of water. That's a really
Yes, he was the
popular
fish
one.
man in the shape of water. And he's the fawn in Pan's Labyrinth.
He is that too.
Apparently, he's in Star Trek Discovery.
He
Yeah,
is.
no,
Doug
he's one of
Jones is
the
a-
he's one of the aliens.
He's a prolific actor.
Yeah.
Or like,
Also, there's a politician named Doug Jones as well, which is ruining my search results.
Yeah.
But yes, so as the avatar, as the primordial Doug Jones shuts the door, there's a very distinctive click, and the door just changes. It doesn't really seem to, like, the doorknob's still the doorknob, everything's just more or less as it was, but it's very obviously not going to open into the same space that you were all in a second ago.
One of Havelock's sleeves now just has like infinite hammer space.
Yes.
The long drapey sleeve. Ooh, actually, I think there's a reference art. It'll be in black and gold instead of these colors.
Awesome.
Give me a moment.
oh, is that Doug Jones?
This is a Doug Jones. And also a dog.
Dog Jones.
Dog Jones. Doug Jones and Dog Jones. Both of them together at last. My brain's going already. It's
We're spacing out so much.
Oh, don't
Yeah.
worry.
We've
And
gotten
again, this is
so
go-
little sleep over the last 72 hours.
yeah.
Barely none over the last 48.
Yeah.
But
I'm
yeah.
Gross.
We love you anyway.
Sorry, thank you.
So, Tezcatlipoca kind of looks at all of you, kind of he straightens his collar, and as he does, like, his whole outfit like upgrades about 3 stages. Lots more gold, big gold armbands, that kind of stuff. Like, still the suit. He's not ditched the suit yet, but there's definitely something more older and even, like, subtly more feral about him, as if he wasn't already pretty rabid on that front.
When is he just gonna be an anthro?
You never know.
Inevitably.
You never know.
Monster fucker solidarity.
Monster fucker solidarity, indeed.
That's not in character. Ether's just.
I figured that. I was gonna
Ether
say
doesn't know what
Ether-
sex is.
Yeah, Ether is just Kazuma Kiryu in a metal suit.
Just a well-meaning dumbass.
Yes.
Well, no, because like, well, I guess this is also like Kiryu, like socially just completely inept, but like combat adept.
Yep.
Anyway,
So are we ready to go?
Do any combat characterization yet?
We'll get there. I know it may take us a little while, but there's going to be room for fist fighting
Hell yeah.
and gunfighting.
Poggers.
Plodjules. We can't. Pogged Champ has been banned from Twitch.
Yes.
It's a slur, just like incel and simp.
Oh my
Oh
god.
no! Oh, it's actually vanished from the emoji thing now.
Oh my god.
Brilliant.
So, Tezcatlipoca kind of glances at everyone and goes, "Are we all ready?" With his now considerably larger, like, eyeball earrings, like, noticeably looking you over.
I get the distinct impression that we're not being given much chance to prepare.
Ready as
No,
I'll
you're
ever
not.
be.
All right.
Oh,
Tezcatlipoca.
Ether. Havelock just just pats them on the back rather gently. You will get used to it.
Can I change out my slippers?
No.
No.
Ma'am.
Excellent.
So Tez opens the door, and You all walk on through.
Excellent.
And you walk through into, like, the wedding chapel. It's
Yes.
big. There's clearly, like, there's sort of an anteroom to one side that seems to lead.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's fine.
There's sort of an large anteroom to one side that leads. You can look up, and there's clearly, like, it looks like there's a hotel of sorts attached to this place.
Mm.
And then, like, there is a large sign that's like, to chapel. And in the central, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Staging area is not the word. Fuck me. The, what area,
Prep.
space, thing that you walk into before,
The
like,
reception hall?
Foyer?
Yeah. Foyer, thank you. Yes. It's a very
You're
large
welcome.
foyer. Like, there's groups of people just kind of milling around with the it's wedding, but it's wedding dialed up a notch. People have people for this wedding.
Mm.
And as the door opens, like, everyone's head kind of turns towards y'all, and Tezcatlipoca kind of goes, "We made it."
Was there a chance we weren't going to make it?
Is there a reception table? Wine available yet?
Yes, there is. It's sort of the appetizer table, and it's all, like, decked out with kind of anything.
Exquisite. I'm getting everyone a flute of champagne.
Yes.
It's like, hold this. This will be your disguise.
So as Jack, as you go along, and everyone else can see this as well, again, there's clearly a knot of people who are all kind of standing around. They're talking to each other and gesticulating, and they all kind of have the mannerisms of family. They clearly are familiar with each other and are generally just, gesturing and talking and having. They don't seem to be per se happy, but they're definitely comfortable with each other. Group B, on the other hand, which is kind of across the way, they are all kind of suspiciously quiet and not really talking much beyond, like, some very quaint, like, small talk, until they see Tezcatlipoca, at which point one of this group B, the quiet group, gets up and heads towards y'all. The one heading towards you, he's tall, he's blonde, he's blue-eyed, he's nicely dressed in a suit, and his smile is on principle.
Yep.
And he comes up and he's like, "Tez, my good man, I'm so glad to see that you made it." And he puts out his hand, like, to shake it, and Tez looks at him. There are pieces of shit stuck to people's shoes that have been looked at with less distaste.
Yep.
He's like, "Q, the Qtinuum. Of course you'd be here." "Well, of course. I'm here to support my new brother-in-law, and it's wonderful to see you. That you could put aside our differences and make it. It's wonderful. That's wonderful of you to do, Tez. It's really..." And Tez, like, puts his hand up and just gestures, like, "Stop." He's like, "You do not have the right to use my name. As far as you are concerned, I am Titlakawan, which, because you do not speak my language, because you cannot be arsed to, means we are all his slaves. Now get out of my way." And Tez just leaves. Tez follows Jack. And Q kind of looks at the rest of you and goes, "Well, I'm sure he'll come around to us eventually. He will. I'm sure of it. How are the rest of you?"
Who was that?
"I am Q. I am the Qtinuum. I am an upholder of liberty. I am a bringer of righteousness and justice."
Okay, that is quite enough
Okay,
of
you're
that.
annoying.
And
All
that
right, you
is
can-
quite enough of that. And Havlock goes to follow Tez.
Understood. You can fuck off now.
I love all of you so much.
Yeah.
I like the idea that not Tez, sorry, Q is just left with Dreadfusay just staring at another glass of alcohol that's been put in her hand, just trembling.
Oh, Havlock does come back and snatch the booze out of her hand and very quickly just downs all of it. And
Yeah,
then
you can throw some mineral water in there or
Thank you.
something. You don't actually
Thank
have to drink it. It is purely social camouflage.
No,
That's fair.
Well, okay, to be fair, what I was going to do was have her very carefully pour it into a plant pot
Yeah.
if Havlock hadn't done that.
yeah, no.
Kill the
But that
plant.
works.
Havlock
The
comes,
plant just died.
rummages around in his
Instantly.
sleeve for a moment, pours something that looks distinctly more interesting into the champagne flute, hands it back to Dreadfusay, and then is like, "Come along now, Doctor."
What I'm actually picturing is Havelock goes in, grabs the glass, walks off, then realizes he forgot Dreadfusay, comes in, pours the stuff in, hands it back to Dreadfusay, takes Dreadfusay with him.
Yes, that is exactly the sequence of events.
Yep.
So Q is left standing there, just kind of smiling. It's not a good smile.
It's not a good smile.
stuck.
Yep. Ethan's just like I hate to judge a book by its cover and rest on first impressions, but you seem kind of like a self-righteous asshole.
You will learn to love me eventually.
I doubt that. Forgot the accent. We're tired.
Who cares?
Honestly, I like the idea that the accent comes and goes.
It needs to come and go. I'm really here for that.
Fine.
It feels very the story of Old Man Henderson, and I'm here for it.
So, presumptively, y'all all catch up with Tez, who has probably downed flute of champagne number 2 by this point.
Oh, very likely.
What is a champagne flute?
It's a
Well,
long,
called narrow
skinny
glass.
glass.
Yeah,
We can post pictures.
Okay, we don't know shit about alcohol other
Don't
than
worry
the
about
names
it.
of some things.
Oh, hang around with us
Um,
long enough,
okay.
you'll learn.
We know everything about alcohol, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Loggers.
So, like, Tez is. This is the. Like, y'all haven't spent that much time around him, so it's not like you've got a good baseline, but he is obviously, like, simmer grade furious.
Mm-hmm. That is
And he's like-
extremely fair.
He's like, y'all. Yes, he uses y'all. I guess we're going with that.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Give me a moment. Please feel free to familiarize. How much champagne does Tez had? I don't know. Please feel free to familiarize yourself. My people are over there. They should all be fairly friendly to the lot of you. He gestures to the group of people who are, again, very animatedly, like, communicating and generally being normal. It's like,
Mhm.
the conspiracy lot are over at that other table over there, and I don't know where Quetzi is, and I don't care to. Bartender, I need mezcal. I need it right now, or I'm coming over this and pouring it for myself.
This Havelock does walk up to the bar and is like, I often relish the opportunity to say this. Surprise me. Give me an experience I've not had before.
The bartender, who looks like he's clearly a man of Nahua,
Mm-hmm.
descent, kind of looks at you,
Mm-hmm.
smirks, and he pours you this big glass of odd, kind of milky looking fluid.
Come.
It's not cum. For the record, it is not cum.
And for the record, Ether did not say that.
I don't know.
Again, Ether doesn't know what sex is.
That is
How would they
true.
know about cum?
Like, you can
They
see
don't.
there's bubbles inside the glass. If this is cum, it's carbonated cum.
More
Perfect.
likely to get you pregnant.
Havelock does take the glass and, like, Havelock takes the glass and
How
like
does the quote bot work?
I think it's exclamation point quote.
I am posting a picture of what this stuff looks like, so
Add quote. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Looks a
Exclamation
little more
point.
like coconut milk then.
Yep.
Oh.
All right, but yeah, so Havelock like takes this and with a connoisseur's curiosity, like does take a good whiff of it before like just slugging some of it.
it tastes not bad. It's very obviously fermented. It is very obviously alcoholic. It's probably got some like other bacterial fermentation going on in it, so it's a little bit funky. It is not cum, for the record.
Wow, I see you've left it alone long enough for it to develop some culture.
The bartender
More than
is
can be
like
said for the United States.
womp womp. The bartender kind of gives you the look of a bartender who has heard every joke ever. You
Yep.
are not clever.
They do the extremely polite smile that doesn't reach their eyes.
They don't
Yep.
even smile.
No,
This bartender
they
does not
just-
give even that much of a shit.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
I cannot think of a
response to what?
finer place to get a spiked hot chocolate, personally.
Mm. Ooh.
Oh,
that sounds lovely. Fuck.
The
And
bartender
gathering of
looks
Aztec
at
gods? Come on.
the
Yeah, shit,
bartender
you're
looks
right.
at Jack, goes, "A woman of taste. I will have one right up for you." And he gets to work.
Havelock
He
like
just-
looks a bit nonplussed as he goes off to make that, and is just like looking at Jack, and he's like, "Was it something I said? I just wanted to try something new, and I feel moderately insulted."
The bartender is distracted. Dreadful.
I think we're going to have to go practice our insults here, given the way this evening is planned to turn out. Also, our aliases. If you can help it, don't give anyone your real name.
Oh.
I have a hunch that might not matter, but
Still good to pretend.
with
That's
conspiracy
fair.
entities, they don't seem overly concerned with the truth of truths anyway. So if we give them one
Yeah,
extra
that's-
layer of nonsense between them and us,
Unless that
I
would
don't know what they're
empower them,
capable of.
perhaps?
Ether is sitting at like the bar with the others, but is like sort of perpendicular to the bar, just trying to not turn their back to most of the room.
Ah, yes.
Uh-huh.
That gunfighter's itch.
Notably,
think-
as
Oh.
go, Dreadful, sorry.
Dreadful still has this champagne flute full of. I just think it's whatever. It's definitely something else that Havelock has given her, and she does not trust it.
It's a potion.
Fair.
It's very clearly a potion.
TF juice, TF juice, TF juice,
She
TF
does
juice,
not-
TF juice.
I think she has an idea of what she wants to do.
And
So
by
she
potion,
finds-
I mean Havelock
there's-
gave her a bit of an energy drink.
Oh God,
And
incorrect.
now that energy drink is going to be given to a plant.
There's
she
a very
will-
energetic
there's-
plant.
I like the idea there's like a plant on the thing. I want something ridiculous to happen to this poor
Oh,
fucking
it
plant.
will. I already
It's a
have
cactus,
ideas.
and the cactus go for it. It's a cactus, whatever it is.
She pours the whole drink on the thing. While the bartender is distracted, she reaches over, grabs like the sort of soda fountain tap thing where the drinks are.
Oh,
She knows enough
yes.
about it to know how to just sort of fill the glass with water.
Mhm.
And then she casts magic to make it look like champagne, but it's just water now.
Ah, clever. As for the cactus,
Yeah.
the cactus, after a moment, it's fine. Or for a moment, it seems normal. For the cactus starts vibrating a little is the best way to put it. And
vibing.
it just kind of grows some, and eventually, like a human face just starts forming in the flesh
Oh,
of the cactus.
I
And
Ether is incredibly upset.
it just
seeing
kind
this.
of looks around,
Oh
looks
my god,
down.
is this like the fucking Caves of Cud spray brain?
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh,
Maybe.
no.
Havelock is looking at this with some concern. They're like, what?
So
And it's just like, and now the cactus is just looking at, like, does just lean in towards Dreadfussé and is like, what have you done to me? Why must I exist?
Dreadfussé turns the
Why was
cactus
I
around so
created this
nobody
way?
notices.
Ether stands up and approaches the cactus and is like,
Oh, no.
"Will be the fastest way to put you down."
You have the thumb lighter.
That's true, but it's a cactus.
Uh-huh.
They
It'll
don't
take a
burn
while,
super
but it'll
well
work.
unless it's the ribs, it's not gonna burn. They're mostly water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cacti won't burn.
Burn the flesh down.
This cactus is just
there's the
like,
He'll
what
wrench it
is
out of the
this?
pot and stomp on it.
There's the
Hey,
pike.
hang on.
There's the
What
pike
are
at the
you-
end of the pistol and the knife.
What are you? Wait, what are you doing? Go away.
So yes, stabbing a cactus will work.
All of this noise suddenly it catches the attention of one of the like talking animatedly group,
Yup.
and he kind of leans over and out, sees all of you. His face lights up. Even at a distance, you can see like the excitement.
Yes.
And he goes, oh, Shoki, he like slaps the woman next to him on the arm, and he's like, Shoki, Shoki, you have to come over.
It's them. It's them.
It's them. Yeah. I told you about this. And he-
Yes.
While this is happening, I just like solemnly draw my knife
What are you,
and
what are you doing? Get away from me with that.
I like
Leave the
undergrip it
cactus. We
and
might use the
just-
cactus later. Don't kill it.
Okay,
This is like the cactus
You
is looking at you
sure?
like, what the
This
fuck are you
thing-
doing? Get the hell away from me.
there's no way to live.
Get the hell away from you, you metal freak.
The pot is
Ethan.
trying to like wiggle away and
Yeah,
like
the pot
pop.
is. It's like, put that thing away, you metal goddamn freak.
Ethan, let them deal. We all have to come to terms with our own existence sometimes.
It's like shake my head slowly. Sorry, friend. Put the knife back away.
I'm just looking at all of this and it's like, Ether, is your first reflex to just kill things you don't like the look of?
If that's his instinct, he's gonna hate me.
That way.
What?
A voice comes in. If that's how he reacts, he's gonna hate me, or they. Excuse me.
You're good.
If
Havelock,
that's
Havelock perks up at strange voice.
you turn and you are met with like two of the most fabulously beautiful people you've ever seen in your life.
Havelock is immediately insensate. Like, they are just looking at these two and like clearly just lust. Just pure,
Yeah.
unadulterated lust.
Is at least one a girl?
One is a girl. One
Dread to say
appears
two.
to be a guy, though. Gender
Oh.
is more of a suggestion for this one.
Ether is wholly unfazed.
Yes. As a
Hello.
The three sexualities.
Yeah.
hello back. It's so nice to meet you again. The one who's talking to you is the maybe male, maybe NB individual. I apparently that word may be copyrighted. Don't let it be copyrighted. Sign those petitions.
Dear God, sign those
what word?
petitions.
Oh
Yeah.
God, wait, I haven't
Yeah, they're
done that
trying.
yet.
Someone is
Someone's
trying to copyright the word NB.
NB.
Fuck.
Fuck
Anyway,
off.
so
Yep.
said individual, he, and we're going to use mostly he pronouns for him during
Yep.
this
He-they.
time. He, they. He's tall, he's slim, he's svelte, he's decked out in the world's prettiest pale purple suit you've ever seen.
Oh.
Like, he is just absolutely adorable, and he is full on, full bore, wearing a flower crown made out of morning glories.
Yes. Ah. Havelock manages to what was the name you gave me for it? It's
Shoki Peely.
Shoki. Yeah, that was it. I'm having a hard time learning how to pronounce these.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to.
It's
as
not
an,
your
as
fault.
As an apology in advance, I'm going to throw a lot of very long, complicated names at you.
Yeah.
Please feel
okay.
free for I will type the spellings and so forth so people can look them up, so people can get all the jokes that I'm going to be making, because as a historian I can't
Yeah.
help it. It's a
Yep.
problem.
It's not a
So
problem. It's a
Hey,
delight.
as the GM, you're not allowed to apologize for anything.
It's true.
true, but just like because some of these names are like I
A
love them,
lot,
I think they're
yes.
beautiful, but they have a lot of spellings that if you aren't familiar with Nahuatl,
A
you
lot
may
of
have a moment
X's
of wait
and
the fuck.
Q's.
Havelock does take the opportunity to like sees the flower crown and immediately like bows deeply and dramatically, clearly for show, and is like,
Simp.
"It is a pleasure to make
Yes.
your acquaintance, Shoki Peely.
Oh, we've got a man of culture.
I do my best."
Presuming you are a man, I don't mean to assume anything.
Oh,
Tiv's hat.
I've been many things. Let's not get too
Excellent.
concerned about such trivialities.
But
Tiv's
yes,
cowboy hat.
it's so wonderful to see you all here. I know Tez was talking about bringing you, but I wasn't really sure that I'd ever get to see you again. And really, after the favor you did me at the House of the Setting Sun, how could I not thank all of you? And of course, I have to introduce you. Also, I'm being very rude. This is my sister, Shoki Quetzal.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Shoki Peely is unbelievably beautiful. Shoki Quetzal is almost painful to look at. She is that gorgeous.
Yup.
And she has her hair is perfect. She is wearing this beautiful red dress that's
Mhm.
like simultaneously looks sort of faintly archaic, but is also completely in fashion. It's one of those like true fashion never dies things.
Ah, yes.
She has beautifully painted, she's got bright red lipstick on. Also, when she smiles, you notice that her teeth are red too. This was something that was sexy back to the Aztecs.
Excellent. Yep.
And if you meet her eyes, it doesn't matter who you are, so long as you are even remotely attracted to feminine people,
Yup.
you have the feeling that you have a chance with her.
Nefarious,
You have that feeling.
Nefarious and Havelock are both just immediately bisexual disasters.
And she's like, I've heard so much about all of you. It's wonderful to actually meet you. My brother has told me a story.
Ether just assumes this doesn't include them
Yeah.
and like continues watching the crowds.
Also, up behind them come their own retinues.
Mm.
Shoki Quetzal's is just a bunch of also incredibly beautiful women, all in very nice dresses. Up behind Shoki Peely comes what appears to just be like a handful of stoned ravers who are deeply, deeply concerned and confused as to where they are.
Yes! Havelock has found their people. Perfect.
I can do magic. Do you want to see me do magic?
I just hear, I hear Dreadfosse offering to show off magic, and immediately I am on alert. Just no.
No.
You remember what happened last time?
Shoki Quetzal, it's funny because as you say that, Ether, Shoki Quetzal kind of glances at you, and you see, for all that, again, she is gorgeous and she looks amazing. She kind of gets this look in her eye that's familiar if you've been watching Tez's face, and goes, I would love to see some magic.
How much magic I can she's dreadfully search her pockets and realizes she doesn't have most of her magic stuff with her.
I raised my hands up to my chest, like up to chest height, just like my hands are clean of this. I tried to stop it.
Havelock at this point.
Looking for like a fire. I just like start glancing around the walls to see if there's like a fire alarm or something.
Havelock, for their part, kind of just Havelock is moving different now. Like Havelock is there's
Entranced.
this unconscious grace to the way they're moving that's not it's a bit like watching a like trained dancer just kind of move unconsciously.
Do.
So like
Do.
yeah, Havelock is just like pulls something out of one of their sleeves and just hands it to
Shoki Quetzal or Shoki
Dreadfast-
Peely?
Dreadfussé,
Dreadfussé.
actually, and it's a bit of powdered diamond. It's a pinch of powdered diamond, and Havelock is like, "Do try not to cause the bad kind of ruckus if you could avoid it." Also, Havelock does Havelock's little friend, their little pet Shoggoth friend.
The
That's
Shoggoth?
basically just a little. It's a bunch of eyeballs that are all just like kind of attached to one big eyeball, and like they're all just kind
With
of
tentacles.
with some tentacles and like a couple of little wings. They're kind of like the what are they? The Ahriman in Final Fantasy,
Mm-hmm.
but like, cuter and smaller and just kind of lives on his shoulder. Does kind of come out from behind his hair and underneath and like just looks curiously at this pair of beautiful gods.
I'm just imagining all the pupils get really big.
Yes, they do. All of them. They all get
Oh,
kind of big,
no.
and it just kind of leans against Havelock's neck, unable to support itself anymore.
Oh no, Dreadfussé has some bad decisions.
Oh no!
Oh no.
What have I enabled?
Because yeah, now
Whatever it is, both Shoki
So-
Quetzal and Shoki Peely seem to be into it, so...
Yeah.
I like the
exactly.
idea that she doesn't have the big diamond that she used to focus her chromatic orb.
Mm,
And usually that means she couldn't do that.
oh.
But she's now got a handful of tiny bits of diamond. And Dreadfusé's like filled with a sort of weird, I think it's because of the Shoki Pretzel's weird confidence thing. She's like,
Love it.
yeah, I can try this. I can try and cast a spell without the actual proper ingredients. What could go wrong?
I don't know
So-
what dice you have to roll, but like...
Well, number one, I've rolled oh dear. So I rolled the wild magic, and that's
Yes.
a 2. And I think with this level of bullshit, that's probably going to be a wild magic roll in a second as well. as
Okay.
Whatever's going to happen when I think she basically uses her ability to do a gust of wind to sort of launch the diamond in a sort of controlled beam up
Controlled.
and controlled. And then she tries to do a sort of chromatic orb, not enough to do damage, but using the diamond bits as focuses to try and do a little like
to make a fancy
fireworks
fireworks
display.
show. Yep.
yeah. This is not a spell she knows how to do.
God damn it.
But
Spectacular. Oh, excellent. Excellent.
So what happens? Roll me some dice and tell me
Well,
what happens.
Roll some
I think
dice.
let's just roll the 1d6 and
Mhm.
see what happens.
Okay.
1. I
no
rolled
and.
Oh dear.
So does that mean the spell doesn't work, or that works too well?
Yeah,
I'm
he's
going
on
with it
plus.
works too well.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Also, I'm rolling the wild magic in the background, and 12. What's a 12?
Oh no.
Target is cocooned in crystal until someone breaks it.
That could have been worse.
Oh, that could
There
have
is
been
no
worse, yeah.
target.
Yeah.
There is no target,
So,
so I guess.
What?
I think Dreadfussé is possibly
no.
cocooned in crystal now.
I we could do that.
That would be
Actually,
interesting.
though, what
Oh.
we are going to do is one of Shoki Peely's unfortunate ravers is suddenly very glittery.
Oh no.
They're probably happier that way.
Yeah, they're probably fine. They look.
Covers a raver in glitter and then locks them in a crystal.
They're happier this way. It's fine.
Poor bastard.
So, like, Shoki, go.
Oh no, that's
Yeah. That's
that
it.
is- that's it. This is gonna be like, what do you mean? What do you mean, poor bastard? That sounds like fun.
Shoki Peely kind of comes up and goes, "Well, I didn't expect that. That's different." Shoki
Ah,
Quetzal looks deeply
I
pleased with herself.
Havelock is
definitely
looking.
did that deliberately.
Hav-
Yes, that was a demonstration of my power. Ha ha.
Havelock is just
Shoki
looking
Quetzal-
around, seeing a lack of things on fire, and genuinely exhales in relief.
Shoki Quetzal looks at Dreadfat and goes, "You're adorable." And you can tell, like, the way her voice is pitched, you know she sort of means it, but there is definitely a backhanded compliment worked in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
However, the fuss and bother has drawn the attention of the rest of the group that was over there.
Mm-hmm.
And they all come meandering over. The rest of Team Aztec.
Mm.
So if they were cats, would they be meandering over?
God damn it.
Yeah. Oh my god. So the first one to reach you, again, you can tell with Shoki Peely and Shoki Quetzal, they look related. They've got a clear canonical sibling look to them.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of this group, again, they clearly are there's some distant relatives, but they all look a little bit different, except for the person who first gets to you.
Mm.
She looks like Shoki Quetzal, but Shoki Quetzal with about 30 more years on her.
Mm.
Like, there's definitely a touch of, like, she comes up to you, she's definitely smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
Actually,
Also,
no, excuse me, incorrect, she's chewing gum.
Havelock has been, like, still quietly smoking their extremely nice cigar this whole
Mhm.
time.
Oh, of course.
Ether's on their third cig. I don't know where they put them when they're done with them. Like, where
Maybe
the
they just
butts
eat
go.
them.
It's just like there's an ashtray built in somewhere. Just
Yeah, just
Yeah.
eats it. Empties out the ashtray later.
Actually, what I was thinking is that Ether has. Do you remember on planes back when planes had like smoking sections? There was a little thing in the armrest.
Yes.
Ether can just pop open the thing in their arm and just like
Ash into
Ash
it.
into it.
Yup. Perfect.
But yeah, this woman she looks, and she's unlike Shoki, who just looks this other woman is still very beautiful, despite being obviously older. She's obviously like in her 50s. And she definitely has an element of, shall we call it, like the Yzma slinky dress going on. So there's just a hint, well, not just a hint, it's more than a subtle hint of like older, been around the block a few times with this one.
Experience.
Yes. And she kind of comes up to all of you and then looks at the crystal thing, goes, "What the fuck is going on over here?"
I'm going to step in there. Say,
Yeah.
so lovely to make your acquaintance. Apologies for the scene here. Just a little bit of revelatory enthusiasm. You know how it is. Most of us aren't used to this sort of scene. Can I get you a drink, Miss
My name is Tlazol Teatl.
Tlazel Teatl? Lovely, lovely to meet you. So about that drink,
Question.
I'm gonna kind of like try and get her out of the way here a little bit. Sir,
So, in this
may
process,
I assume mother of the bride or mother of the groom?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
No, okay.
Stay flat, annoyed. No.
Quetzalcoatl's mother was beheaded when
Lovely,
he...
exquisite.
Well, no, that was after
Lovely.
Quincy was born. I get them so confused. There's a lot of children. I, thankfully, am not responsible for any of them.
Well, that sounds like an exquisite time. Maybe that's a story you could tell me over a drink away from the rest of them.
So, Tlaz...
I'm running theoretical damage control here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tlaz kind of looks at Jack, and this is something that anyone who makes eye contact with Tlaz is going to notice very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike Shoki, Tlaz's gaze tells you she knows every naughty thing you've ever done in your life.
Oh.
Every
Interesting.
single one. And frankly,
Epic.
she may even approve of them.
Poggers.
But like, the side
Oh.
effect of this is that there's just a little bit, there's kind of a desire to tell her all those things that you've like maybe thought about, but done or not done. Every like back of your brain kink, every moment you like shoplifted gummy bears as a child. All of those things are just like burgeoning to get out of your mouth if you've got them.
Oh
Mhm.
no.
Like to a
Ethan
greater or
doesn't
lesser
have them.
degree.
Yep. Oh no.
Ethan's just
Havelock.
unaffected.
Havelock's a
just standing there.
disaster around her then. Oh no.
Ether also might not know what they have, for that matter.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
Dreadful has never had a mother before, and this is very, very mom energy.
It's
And
mom
just
energy, except this is
has to
kinky
go.
mommy energy.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
mommy
no.
energy, not mom energy.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't,
mommy
I don't want to
energy.
kink shame and say yikes, but
It's hard to
know.
like I couldn't think of a better way to describe it. Like again, she's not related to any of you, but it's like it's very much it's not even necessarily mom. She is not a mom. That is kind of canonically a
That's
thing.
the
She's
point.
not anybody's mom.
Mhm.
And
not with that attitude.
it's more like what's the phrase? You know, Mrs. What is it? Mrs. Fucking what? Are you trying to seduce me? It's more that
Fucking
kind of vibe.
graduate.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of any other fucking thing.
Okay.
Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Like big, sexy older woman vibes with a touch of cigarette smoke. And again, well, in her case, again, she is very obviously and loudly chewing gum.
Jack is far more worried about the
Yeah.
secret side of that. than
Cannot
anything
do this to
remotely
me.
sexy.
I'm
Why
allowed.
do they keep getting hotter?
Well, well, I don't know that they're going to be. Well, I don't know. Maybe you'll find the other couple hot too. But anyway, so up behind Tlaz comes the rest of the gang.
Uh-huh.
And you've got basically 3 people, one of whom he's big, he's bulky, he looks like he should be some kind of football player. He is like sewn into the blue suit that he's wearing.
Ah, yes.
He's got unbelievably thick Coke bottle glasses on. And he just he looks like the kind of guy who could be really nice under the right circumstances, but right now he is just a brewing storm. You can tell he kind of just wants to punch things. Next to him is like the epitome of every teenager ever. He's kind of yeah, pretty much. He's standing in this suit that's like it basically fits him, but he clearly didn't choose it for himself because the colors don't quite work with his face or his skin tone
Yep.
or his hair. He looks a touch anemic, notably. He's kind of pale. And he's like, as they all come over, you can hear him muttering to the big dude, like, we could be playing ball right now. This is bullshit. And then behind the rest of them is an unbelievably tall, skinny woman in an all-black, dress that is, it's kind of like a big boho dress. It really isn't a wedding-looking outfit at all. And she's very thin, and she has very pale skin, and she has a huge plate full of snacks.
Yeah.
Or the sort of dress you'd find at an art opening.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's clearly less, the stakes are clearly lower for her. You can't really tell why, though if you catch the look of her face out of the corner of your eye, you'll notice she looks more like a skeleton than a person.
Fun.
So far, she's on my vibe with most.
Yeah, but so yeah,
Yep.
all of them rock up on y'all, and there's a sudden hubbub of talking.
I am going to try and take people's drink orders while surreptitiously eavesdropping where I can. Because that's an easy way for me to stay close to people without having to directly participate in the conversation.
Not having to participate in people is good.
Yeah.
I'm good at that. I just want to know what I'm getting into first.
Havelock is
sort of gathering intelligence.
Yeah, Havelock, for their part, is pleased to just talk to all of them. Havelock just likes talking.
Yeah.
Havelock's a friendly eldritch monster.
Havelock is the social tank in this fight.
In many ways,
And Jack is
yes.
the social rogue sneaking around for the sneak attack.
Yup.
Dreadful is a gay puddle.
Dreadful is still a gay puddle at the feet of
Shoki Quetzal. Shoki Quetzal notably at this point has pulled up a chair next to Dreadful and is talking to them.
Oh, it's
Ether-
making it worse.
Notably-
Ether's there.
Yeah. Ether's there.
Present. Not yet
Ether's
accounted
present.
for, but present.
Yep.
All right.
Nobody's
Notably-
come to claim them yet.
Notably, Dreadfesse talking to Shoki Quetzal is clearly annoying our big, bulky lad, but you can't quite parse why.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Havelock, for their part, is mostly talking to Shoki Peely.
yeah. And he's just going, like, Shoki Peely has explained all of you to the rest of the group, and then
Yes.
he gets through, he's like, so let me introduce the rest of you. So again, this is my Aunt Tlazel the Otto, she's wonderful.
Hmm.
This is Tlaloc, gestures to the huge linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
He is Shoki Peely's husband,
Mm.
or Shoki Quetzal's husband, excuse me, I fucked that up. That's-
Quetzal's husband.
I fuck every, yeah. This is
Tlaloc,
Shoki
wait.
Quetzal's husband.
Tlaloc. Havelock is at this point, like, looking like they're rifling through their head, like, trying to remember things. The golden... shining golden god wrapped in the flesh of man? Is that... that's one of them. I'm sorry, my...
Tlaloc goes, that's Shipe Totek. He was not invited today.
I'm sorry. My...
I feel like that'd be a very different sort of party.
Mhm, it would be. Yeah. Havelock is like, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And like, as everyone is introduced, like Havelock is happy to like shake hands or
Yeah.
whatever
When you
is
shake-
thematically appropriate.
When you shake Tlaloc's hand, his hand is huge and his nails are clawed. And when he says, nice to meet you, you see he's got these big ass fucking fangs poking like down into his lower lip.
Yeen, stop doing this to me.
No.
No.
Havelock's about to find out if any of these couples are swingers.
Be careful what you wish for.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Listen, Havelock can regenerate from anything. They're pretty much game for whatever.
Fucking hell.
Be careful. Be careful. That's all I've got to say.
Yup.
Dreadfesse is not immune to everything.
Well, it's a very slow regeneration. Havelock would be out of states for a while, probably. But regardless, Havelock is like making pleasant and is just being as friendly as they normally are. I'm just like, well, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm thrilled at the opportunity. I've read so much about all of you.
Phew. Tlazoltail is clearly the one who is interested in Havelock right now. With all of her unfortunate gaze.
Havelock is like, Havelock will not avoid meeting her gaze. Havelock is not about that. And, when he does, he visibly, shudders. It's just like, oh, that's very pleasant.
Tlaloc rolls his eyes. Oh god, we've got a kinky one.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Notably, the skinny, again, slightly anemic-looking teenager is looking at Ether's guns and is, clearly really interested. And he comes over and I don't fucking know guns from a hole in the ground, I apologize, but he comes up to Ether and's like, what model is that? So you'll have to fill in, because I don't fucking know.
Ether?
Ether?
Huh? Sorry, fucking zoned out in real life as well. I completely zoned out in real
No,
life.
it's okay.
But
The
it's in
anemic
character.
The anemic teen has walked up and is wondering about your guns.
Hmm? Oh, right. Well, I was told not to take these out in the party.
It's okay, don't worry about it. I'm the boss here. Everyone
Oh,
looks at
alright,
him
cool.
like everyone looks at said teen and goes, Huitzilopochtli, no you fucking aren't.
And like I hear this halfway through, like pulling out the shotgun.
Like, Tlazoltheotl rolls her eyes and goes, fine, fine. If it makes him behave for 5 minutes, he can see the pretty firearms.
All right, cool. I pull out the shotgun, start showing it off.
Yep.
Very careful not to. It's pretty much exclusively pointed downwards because
Yeah.
it's a room full of people. You can't
Yeah.
point it in any other direction without muzzle flagging somebody.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Huitzilopochtli clearly appreciates that, and like he's looking and
Yeah.
being both respectful of Ether's boundaries, but obviously super enthusiastic about this.
Yup.
Like, you've actually gotten to see him interested in something, which you're getting the sensation he does not do a lot.
Nice.
Meanwhile, while all this is going on, obviously Jack has run off to get drinks, and the woman in the long black dress has followed along behind her
Aha.
and kind of rocks up next to Jack at the bar
hmm
with a full-on "come here often." And here's what Jack sees when Jack looks at her.
hmm
It's a skeleton. It is just a fucking
Just-
skeleton. It's a skeleton in a
skeleton.
dress. And like
Miss
for a minute, Jack
Skeletal,
may
I
have a
see.
moment of like, wait, what the fuck is? When did Mithraia change?
That also is slightly disorienting because Jack is used to her truth sight being like weirdly like symbolic in a
Mhm.
lot of like weird. So that's like unsettlingly direct.
Yeah,
It's like yeah, skeleton.
she's just a
like,
skeleton. A skeleton that seems to.
I
be
think
really
she'll
into the
adjust a
cheese
pair of her glasses to sort of like reorient. Like, is there something I'm missing? Okay.
Okay.
But
You're not missing anything.
I think she will flash a very polite smile. Come to help me, extra pair of hands for the drinks.
Absolutely. Always happy to help.
I do appreciate that. I admit I don't know a lot of the people here. We're friend of a friend sort of thing.
Oh, don't worry.
But,
I'm not even really supposed to be here.
Really?
I'm Mictakakihuatl. I am the Queen of the Dead.
Ah,
I'm not really.
so this
no.
is the opposite of your scene then.
Yeah, pretty much. I've done pretty well for myself all these couple of centuries. I've built up a whole new persona back on Earth. It's not half bad.
Hmm, reinventing
People know me.
yourself.
Yes.
Always good, especially as the times change. I
Yes,
imagine
indeed.
that's something you gods have to do here and there to keep up with the times, as it were.
Absolutely. And right now, of course, I'm here mostly to see what goes down. Because depending on things, I may be striking out on my own pretty soon and just taking that self and just being that other self.
I assume for your own benefit, I assume that's not something you're being forced to do, or any unkind circumstances.
Well, the skeleton, who again, significantly different than Mithraia, like it's just a skeleton. There's like
Mhm.
no light in those eyes.
No ornamentation there. Okay.
No, she glances significantly over at the conspiracy table. She's like,
Uh-huh.
I don't want to be around if what they want goes down.
Ah, yes, that's
Cut your losses, you know?
understandable. We have been meeting much of your side of the family, and there's certainly a very, very colorful bunch. But that lot seems. Do I need to be polite with you? I don't need to be polite with you, do I?
No,
Give me
you
the
don't.
fucking willies.
That's apt.
Okay.
That's the thing. I'm death. You don't. I am one death. You don't need to be polite with me.
Appreciate that.
Let me tell you something about them, and I can't tell you everything because you know how it is. There's rules.
Of course.
That lot is less united than you might think.
I see.
Just put that away in
Mhm.
the back of your in your snaky hairdo, which is quite nice, by the way.
Thank you. They're a little bit grumpy, but I'll feed them later. And they'll
Excellent.
forgive me. So,
Notably, if you do need some pinky mice, I think Quetzalcoatl has some stashed in his
I
bridal
may
suite.
I may take you up on that later.
I
thank
can
you.
get them for you. It would delight me.
So, who all do we have over there? Q introduced themselves, but so far they're the only one that's extended a greeting. Is there-
So,
Wait, question.
yeah,
What is Q wearing?
Q is wearing, it looks like, here's the thing, it seems to be some kind of army uniform,
Uh-huh.
which depending, like, it might be a suit, it might be some kind of really unfortunate army uniform, if you take my meaning.
Like a really weird BDU.
See, I was
was
picturing.
no.
I'm
Yeah.
picturing an SS dress uniform.
Yes, that is exactly
Yeah.
what you should be picturing.
Yeah.
See, I was
He's
picturing.
trying-
He's trying really hard to make sure that it just looks like black tie, but again, if his attention slips, it changes. Notably, so what Mictakakiwatl does is she very deliberately orbits around to the other side of Jack, so Jack can look over her shoulder, and like jerks a bony thumb over said shoulder and goes, "Okay, first of all, act casual."
I will
And I'll
do
keep
my
it going
best.
All right, so you've already met Q. I saw his horrible self meeting you all at the door. He's the boss. If there's a brain, he's the brain. To his left, that's the Reptoid Queen. You look over.
Jack
and-
takes
so
some
there's
particular
going to be-
exception to that. Let me
There's
tell
just-
you.
Going to be a lot of physical manifestations of
Stations of-
anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
Yeah, that's like
Also
okay,
known
I
as
meant
just
to give this
conspiracy
a warning
theories.
earlier. We're gonna encounter a bunch of conspiracy theories, all personified, some better, some worse, and
And we get to kill all of them.
we will get to. I don't know whether we can just point blank kill them, but we will be able to beat the holy living shit out of most of them. So
I want to
Hooray.
jam a shotgun barrel in Q's stomach.
do it later.
We build to that. We build to that.
We gotta
Okay,
get there
we can-
first.
Got my-
We have to build to blowing their intestines out of their back.
Yes. So
Well,
The
that's
Reptoid-
fine. You can do it all at once.
It's no
Jack
fun
can
then.
yeah. Oh, I love you all. This is why I did this story.
Murder is like
Um,
sex. You gotta build up to it. Otherwise, where's
Yeah.
the fun?
That's
Okay.
messed up, Nick. I love you, but oh my god.
Terrifying.
So what Jack sees again, it's a very nice looking. She looks like she's probably some type of royalty. She's got that look around her face where it's very nice and high bone, but also probably a touch inbred. And if you again, it's one of those things. If you look at her long enough, you see her face just revert into this reptilian horror. And then like reassert itself, and it's like she's forgotten herself, and she kind of straightens herself and goes back to sitting very primly in her pearls and her boxy suit, or like very 1960s kind of like top and dress.
Ah,
And
what a look.
Mictakakiwatl, what? That's the bride. I mean, it makes sense. Of course, they're going to pair the snake with the snake.
That's
So on the nose.
that's what you expect. That's so dull. But I can't.
mean, it is,
I don't
but
expect
that's-
much creativity from this lot.
It's partially that, and you shouldn't expect much creativity from Quetzalcoatl. God of crafts he may be, but crafty in the brain pan he is not. Otherwise, he
Crafty
wouldn't have
in the
invited.
brain.
Yeah,
So if
otherwise he
you make
wouldn't
enough
have
clay
invited
pots, you still
Tezcatlipoca.
qualify in quantity, if not quality.
Yes.
All right. What else?
Okay, next, do you see the one in the suit? And you do see the one in the suit. This is actually a person in a suit, and he kind of resembles the back at the House of the Setting Sun, the gavel wielding master of ceremonies at the auction,
Oh yeah,
where he's got like a
the Bill
floating
Cipher
eye.
headed motherfucker.
Pardon?
The Bill Cipher headed motherfucker.
Yes, exactly. He looks very much like that.
Oh, let me guess. Mr. Illuminati.
Yep, that's
His
the
name's
one.
Mason, actually.
Oh, yes, Mason.
Mason Illuminati.
Like
My
I'm gonna,
father was Mr. Illuminati. Call me Mason.
like I'm gonna give him the dignity of a first name.
Yes.
Yeah.
My father was Illuminati. Call me the.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Call me. Oh, perfect.
But yeah. He's sitting there, and as you watch, he reaches down. There's several empty martini glasses sitting in front of him.
Mhm.
And as you watch, he grabs a full one, raises it to his eye. The eye retracts into the skull. He pours the contents of the glass into his eye socket, licks the eye socket with a tongue, retracts
Yep.
all of that, and
Ugh.
pops the eye back into place.
Hell
Jesus.
yeah.
Give him
Powerful.
points for efficiency.
Yeah, this is that good shit I come here for. Fuck
Oh,
yeah.
Thirsty.
Was.
Glug.
Miktakiwat leans in to Jack. He was their leader before Q came along.
Uh-huh.
He's not
But-
best pleased by things, frankly.
I was gonna say that seems like an opportunity for some friction. Interesting.
Oh yeah.
Question: Is moon landing here?
Moon landing? Unfortunately, these days, moon landing has mostly gotten rolled into that one.
Oh
And
Christ! Is
she's
it flat
rolled
Earth?
it. Yes, it's this. It's this person, like they're wearing an all brown robe,
Uh-huh.
and they're
Wait,
kind of sitting
please?
there.
Please tell me that you first see them head on and then they turn sideways and they're two-dimensional.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And they're just sitting there. They're very still, but if you get close enough, you can hear them muttering, make the math work. We have to make the math work. The math does work. I know it works. I don't know how to make it work, though. Why do we keep proving it? Why does it keep being round? It doesn't need to be round. It's flat. It's flat. We know it's flat.
I like
There
to
is no
imagine
moon. The
that
moon is a hologram.
I like to imagine that Q like pushes them around a lot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah. They're one of Q's lick spittles these days.
Yeah.
Ooh, right. I forgot. Just a thing I mentioned. Well, I mean, it happened
Yeah.
earlier, but like, I'd say Havelock's telepathic network is still going for everyone.
Oh, yeah.
So like,
So, yeah,
if
you're
we
getting
want
the
to
DL.
talk over distance or whatever, like, yeah,
Yeah.
Havelock is making sure that everyone is hearing this description of
Yeah.
like the different conspiracies.
Mm-hmm. After that, we've just got those last three. There's the Nephil Lord, gestures towards this one. He looks like a professor. Just looks like
Mhm.
your standard professor, except he looks like a professor who stuck a fork in an electrical outlet one too many times. His hair's all over the place.
Okay. Yeah, he's got
And
braided hair.
Miktakiwat leans in to Jack and goes, "Do not let him start talking to you. He will tell you the ancient Egyptians had light bulbs and you will never escape."
Oh no, it's this one. I'm
Van
not
Parsons?
Familiar
saying.
with this one.
I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was
But it
definitely
was aliens.
Ah.
The
It's
ancient
the-
aliens ones.
Oh shit, he has a name? I googled ancient aliens guy and just
Oh my
found out he's got a name.
Oh my
Terrifying.
It's Mr. These savages couldn't have built things on themselves, man.
So
Yeah.
who are the other two?
Yike.
Well, after that, you've probably got the most dangerous one after Q. She jerks her head, and you see it just looks like a very nice blonde woman. She's wearing
Ah.
like a nice kind of pantsuit. Well, not like it's actually she's wearing like a sweater that goes up to her neck and down to her wrists, and like nice black slacks and very blonde hair. And she's got she's very thin, and she looks really, really good from a certain
Uh-huh.
perspective. And
She's
Miktakiwat goes,
conventionally attractive.
yeah, she's like, that's the natural healer.
I don't trust
She's
blondes.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Pretty much, yes. She's like, that is Q's reinforcer or enforcer. What he says goes, and she's the one who makes it happen.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yep.
Is QAnon's
I mean-
enforcer?
I mean,
Let me guess.
Ooh.
Anti-vaccinations.
Oh, you
This-
name it.
Okay.
Anti-vaccinations, bleach treatments.
Hey guys, we don't need to touch her. I'll just let my hair do the work. You think she knows how to fix a snake bite? I don't fucking think so.
Well, maybe she'll put some
Easy.
essential oils on it. Y'all can find out.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy target. Okay.
Just
And
mind butt her.
That's a thought, actually. Like, they're gods. Does belief that their abilities work mean that they work?
Yes,
That's
unfortunately,
how
at
gods
least to a
work.
degree. If you can challenge their beliefs the right way, who knows? But anyway,
Facebook mom incarnate. Oh
Yes.
dear.
by the way, if you talk to her, I'm just going to spoil this. She will say that her name is Karen.
Of course.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Will she open every conversation with "Hey"?
She may open with "Hey, hun." She'll also be like, I'm trying
I
to think
have
of
a
some.
great opportunity for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. If she texts you, it's going to have all emojis in it. It's going to be.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Gods.
Trying to rope you into a dozen. We've been watching a lot of Illuminati's MLM videos.
Yes, I know exactly the ones. She inspired a good bit of this.
Illuminati is great.
I'm just here like
So
keep
good.
Dreadful away from any Nigerian princes right
Yes.
now.
Thankfully, no, the scam pantheon is elsewhere.
Yeah, it's different.
And the Scampion.
And
Pantheon. But yeah, so
Pantheon.
finally,
Perfect.
I'm
Mhm.
almost done introducing all the characters. Thank you, everyone, for being patient with me.
Oh, you're
Okay.
valid. This is fun.
Finally, Mekta says, the last one is maybe the most interesting out of the bunch. And this time she does actually look over her shoulder. And you follow to this one, he looks like a kid, like early 20s, maybe even just maybe 19. He looks like he's just from the 90s. He's wearing a big T-shirt with a print of like a flying saucer on it, and like "I want to believe" printed around it.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
And he looks fucking miserable.
Oh.
The one that I could be buddies with.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's
Man, he is
Poor-
out of his depth.
Seriously, this poor bastard.
he looks like question. How many of you watched the X-Files?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Do you remember that
Yes.
one guy who lives in like the trailer that Mulder and Scully
Yeah.
encounter? And like,
See, the thing is, we
let me see if I can
haven't
find a
watched.
picture.
We haven't done any rewatching post Amnesia, so we don't remember it very well.
Yeah, I thought
Let
I
me
thought
see.
it was just gonna be Scully. No, Mulder. God damn that.
No,
I don't know the difference.
Just
I've
make
watched like one
Just make
episode.
it one of the lone gunmen. They were awesome.
No, I'm trying to remember.
I'm sorry.
It'd have to be the cigarette smoking man.
It would
No,
have to
it's
Smoking
oh,
man.
fuck. What's his fucking name?
I
Krycek?
want to share. That was Mulder's boss, right? The bald one.
Oh, Skinner, I think.
That was Skinner. Yeah. Trying to remember who Krycek is. Oh yeah, that was like the evil, like other FBI man who might have not been here. Whatever. We really didn't like the overarching plot. It was just Monster of the Week stuff that was good.
Yeah, no, that's the whole thing with the X-Files is that like the overarching plot is nonsense, but the Monster of the Weeks are great.
We
Yeah.
wrote about the value of short stories in comparison to the difficulty of pulling off long ones in our article.
Hi, it's me and Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Yeah, here, give me
Mostly.
one quick second because I
Um,
want you guys to get the idea of what this guy looks. I should have
You
gotten
just-
this picture.
You're just listening to us talking about this while slowly setting a Polaroid of Stephen Moffat on fire.
Oh my god.
I have so many Polaroids of so many of the showrunners.
Also, I just really want to share.
that I believe.
I just want to share our favoriteest bit of X-Files trivia is that in the episode about the lone gunman's origin, where it's like goes like a decade or two in the past, there's a bit of trivia on the IMDb page about how whatever his name, the actor who plays Mulder, David name,
Duchovny.
yes, he insisted that Mulder wear a wedding ring in that episode purely to fuck with fan theorists.
He's valid.
God damn it.
X-Files is a prequel to Lost.
Oh no. Here,
Panda Bibble, I can't disagree.
um,
Ugh.
I want to.
I'm just loving the idea of David Duchovny just being like, look, put a ring on me. I'm gonna fuck with the shippers.
Yeah. Well, no, his whole thing is like he wanted all the people theorizing about like character histories and pasts and stuff. He just wanted to throw a wrench into their plans. He just wanted to fuck with them.
I love that
So
though. That's great.
we
but yeah, I'll find a picture of this guy eventually. But yeah, no, he's
okay.
just like, again, he looks like your stereotypical like 90s teenager who's really into UFOs.
Uh-huh.
And just again, he looks fucking miserable. He does not want to be here. He does not. And like, you see that the way he's like sitting, he's completely closed off from everyone around him. Like the
Aw.
shoulders are hunched in, the knees are together, his hands are white knuckled. He is not happy.
Oh,
Us at
poor
family
guy.
parties.
Yep.
Mhm.
But yeah, Victor Kakiwat's like, that's, if you've got one weak one, that's the one who wants out. Let's put it like that.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. All right. So
I
there's a
didn't
few
want
different social
this.
dynamics here we can exploit. You didn't hear any of that, right?
No, what? I'm a
Okay,
skeleton. I
perfect.
don't have ears.
Oh, yes, no, of course. But do you have a esophagus for this drink I'm buying?
No, but who cares?
Exquisite. All right. That's some good intel. All right, all right. So we have a usurped patriarch. We have a extremely full of themselves new head of the family with their right hand, the naturopath. We have a potential leak in the form of Mr. UFOs.
Spaceman.
Mm-hmm.
Craig Spaceman.
And then we have the Lizard Queen, or Lizard Princess, Lizard Bride, I don't know. Somehow I don't think we're going to get anywhere with her, but
Mr. Kakiwag looks, you never know.
yeah.
I can't confirm this, but the rumor mill has it that she's not really into this wedding. You'll have to check that out, though.
Interesting. Possibility of an arrangement,
Mm-hmm.
which would then.
We-
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No,
Go.
go.
We know the best way to get under a lizard's skin, and that's wait for it to molt.
Womp womp.
Anyway,
My
There
breath
is
sighing
a moment in the
drip.
psychological link where Jack has to pause and consider: was that racist? I don't think that was racist.
that wasn't in character. I should
Yeah.
have.
It's purely just like
Hmm.
Jack is particularly perturbed by Lizard Princess because it's like you're making snake people look like assholes, and as a snake people, I don't like that.
Resent those
Yeah.
remarks.
Snake people.
Exactly.
Especially because she's from a world where snake people are a thing, and
Yeah.
so Lizard Princess is clearly from one where they aren't, and
Yep.
Yeah.
she has a little bit of umbrage with that.
Yeah, that's
So
real
if there's
shit.
one person she
actually.
was going to throw a glass of wine in the face of, it would be her. But we're not escalating to that just yet.
Nope, we have to take 1 second. Here,
Mhm.
question, can we take a bio break real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm really tempted to go make myself a snack actually.
That's
Back
fine. Here,
tomorrow.
like
Do it.
15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, before I forget, I do like the idea of playing with the idea that in the back of Jennifer's head somewhere, she's like, I feel like I saw a story about lizards living underground in some sort of big city before, but no clue what it is. No clue what that could be from.
Yeah, Hollow Earth hasn't really gone anywhere in a while. They kind of pulled it into Flat Earth.
Kind of did, yeah.
No, oh dear. I was trying to make a joke about the Silurians, but okay. Did you?
You never know if you get the Edge of the World talking. Maybe he'll talk about Flat Earth with your Hollow Earth too.
Hmm.
Logic
Although
is
the
not
idea of
strong
both a
with that
hollow
one.
and flat Earth is hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it
yeah.
is.
Hello.
Cracker Earth.
Mhm.
Welcome to the Cracker Zone.
And dunked into the cosmic milk.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Okay, 15 minutes.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 15 minutes is definitely enough to microwave something. Right, yeah. Time to wake up my whole family. Bye.
I believe that is correct, Panda. I believe that is correct. I also know literally nothing about Doctor Who, so take all of that with salt, I guess.
I have beer and sandwich now.
Hell yeah.
Oh, okay, good. We managed
Ian,
to
I'm
get through like the
having
first.
So much fun.
Good. That's the goal. And thankfully, I've gotten the big thing. I just wanted to get the fucking cast introduced so y'all can play with the full deck because I had fun with all these.
Oh, Yin, how many Aztec gods can I fuck before this is over?
Well, let's put it like this: Tlazolteotl is your best bet.
Oh yeah, I figured. Wait,
She's
Plazol,
yeah,
uh,
Tlazolteotl.
Plazol
she's
Teotl
the-
is my. Oh yeah, her and her husband are my best bets.
Okay, here, real quick, just so you know.
Mhm.
So, there's Shoki Pili and Shoki Quetzal. Shoki Quetzal is married to Tlaloc, or at least she might be. There's some baggage there. We'll find out about that under the
Ah.
right circumstances.
Oh.
And this thing about Shoki Quetzal is that as beautiful as she is, and like as theoretically good as she is, let's just say that she's got a streak in her that makes her maybe a better pairing for somebody who's currently getting slightly blotto drunk. Last time we saw him.
Ah. Yeah. Mhm.
Tlazolteotl is the goddess of literally thin sexual iniquity, making just bad sexual life choices.
She's literally the god of that.
Yeah, that is literally her name. Actually, Tlazol or Tlazoli is Nahuatl for like filth.
Oh.
So her actual name translation, Teotl, means like holy person or god. It's typically translated. So she is literally the holy person of garbage. She is the queen of the dumpster fire.
Oh wait, you mean the aunt, the lady who gave me like the aunt vibes, where she's like, oh, thank
Yes.
God none of these are my. Oh my God, she would be fun. Yin, I want to fuck the garbage queen.
She'll fuck you right back.
Good.
Are we talking about possum furries?
No, I'm afraid.
No, but ironically enough, a possum would actually not be a bad like
Anthroform for someone like her.
or
I
like
think.
well, here's the fun thing. So, in addition to all of that, Tlazolteotl
Uh-huh.
is considered to be the goddess of childbirth, or well, sort of. She's a goddess of midwives,
Oh, intriguing.
and she's also the goddess of the sweat bath. Typically, Aztecs didn't like bathe the way we bathe. They would get into a sauna and basically clean themselves off that way.
Yep.
They were a very tidy bunch of people. They liked to be clean. Think like kind of like how in Japan cleanliness and bathing is a big deal.
Yep.
And so if you were a woman in Aztec times and you were pregnant and you went into labor, one of the parts of this was you'd like hang out in the sauna for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the reasons why there's that connection. Additionally, and why the possum is a fun factoid, one of the things used to induce labor was like ground up possum tail.
Huh.
Which actually works, apparently. There's some compound in possums that like acts kind of like pitakin or pitocin. I can't remember where the stress in that word is.
Oh,
So, like,
that's
yeah.
fascinating, actually.
Yeah, so
This is
ironically
why
enough,
having you being a, like, this is why you being a historian just adds so fucking much to this.
but yeah, so, and again, ironically enough, you also tend to find possums in the garbage.
You sure do.
So there's some, I didn't even really think about it, but that's some fun, like, modern mimetic cross-contamination.
It is. That's actual. That like works really well and is interesting. But yes, as I was saying, I wish to fuck the trash queen.
Yup. But yeah,
and
so we've got them.
also maybe the big vampire lad. I don't know.
Oh, Tlaloc. Tlaloc, technically, he's not a vampire. The big teeth, he's the
I
lord
know.
of storms and weather and rain and fertility.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big ol' Chad.
Yeah, he
And
is. Yeah, he is. And Havelock's into that. If
Yeah, of
Nibirius
course.
is anything to go by.
Yep.
Havelock is into big. Yeah, Havelock is into big toothy Chads.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who else. Again, Mictakakiwaddle is, of course, she's the goddess of the dead. She has a husband. He's a stay-at-home husband these days. He just his wife is out and she does the work. She brings home the worshipful bacon, as it were.
That's fair.
Who else have I? Again, we've already talked about Shoki Pili, Shoki Quetzal. Oh, Huitzilopochtli we've not really talked much about, and we'll see more about him, but he is at least nominally the god of like the sun and war, and he was a very big deal to the Aztecs, especially after they had this whole like religious reformation of sorts,
Yep.
which is a long story. But Huitzilopochtli was elevated from just being kind of like a secondary god to a very important
I was about to
one.
say that was one of the primary ones of the pantheon, at least as far as
Yeah.
I remember.
He
when I was doing
he
reading
was not
about it.
originally. He was very
Ah.
deliberately elevated, and that's one of the reasons why like he keeps trying to throw his weight around. Everyone else is like, sit down and shut up.
Oh, that's the young one who thinks he's in
Yeah.
charge. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very funny. I really like that you've made him the way he is.
Well, again, you'll find out more about why he is the way he is.
Isn't he specifically like? I know he's pale because of like. Doesn't he like eat the sun every day to like bring about or doesn't he like push the sun through the sky or some shit?
He is the sun.
He is
And-
the sun, yes.
Yeah. And according to the beliefs of the time, the only way to make the sun come up was blood.
Yep. I was about to say he's anemic because
Yeah.
he's this radiant source of light, and the only way to make him do things is blood sacrifice.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason
but-
the Aztecs were the way they were about sacrifice, and it's
Yeah.
really interesting.
Yeah.
Because their whole thing
Though-
was our gods bleed for us, and we must in turn bleed for them.
Yeah, that's why like Tezcatlipoca is very like specific about that nobody is beyond the like deaths of blood and
Yes.
sacrifice.
No one is above that.
Nope. And like the weird funny thing about it is that Tezcatlipoca is technically even after Huitzilopochtli's
That's
like
Egyptian.
advent
Thank
as
you,
being
Minerva.
important. Tezcatlipoca was still the god of kings. He was the kingmaker and the king breaker. Like
Yep.
out of all the gods, like Huitzilopochtli is
You
like,
have a
your-
particular
yeah.
relationship with this god, if I recall.
I'm very, very fond of him, and we can talk
Yep.
more about that at some like later, less complicated moment. But
That's fair.
he is a fave, and he is obviously pretty important. And again, fun fact: I've not gotten to drop this epithet of his, but one of his many, many titles is because he has a lot of them. Is the enemy of both sides.
Yeah, you mentioned that in the beginning, actually.
Oh, I forgot. I have notes. I have so many notes. It's a mess.
Yin, I love this. I love that you're a part of it.
Oh yeah. Question: while we wait, would anyone like to hear a poem about Tezcatlipoca that was written circa? How old is this? This is in the Florentine Codex, so this would have been like 1500s in Mexico.
I speak for everyone when I say yes.
Okay, this is a description of Tez. He thinks as he pleases, does as he pleases. He mocks us as he wishes, so he wills. He puts us in the palm of his hand. He rolls us about like pebbles. We spin and bounce. He flings us this way and that. We make him laugh. He mocks us.
Yeah.
Which I hopefully am imbuing into him. Though again, right now he's a little bit AWOL.
Listen, he's off having a drink.
He needs a drink.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, for all the tweets Lepochli wants to be the boss, Tezcatlipoca is the boss. Sorry, gonna mute myself real quick, I'm chewing.
You're valid. Ah, this one. I recall this one. Yep. So it's Huitzilopochtli. Fuck. I'm bad at pronunciation.
Huitzilopochtli.
Huitzilopochtli. Thank you.
Bear in mind that my accent is not perfect.
Fair.
I wish I spoke Nahuatl. I do not. I'm doing the best I can with my shitty
I was gonna say, aren't you
Midwest
actively
accent.
learning?
I try. Like right now, I'm currently learning Navajo as an attempt.
Aren't they alarmingly similar?
They are part of the same linguistic family distantly. It's actually kind of interesting.
I would like to I'd like to read something that we just found.
Go for it.
Go for it.
A tweet saying, "We spend $750 billion annually on defense, and the center of American government fell in 2 hours to the Duck Dynasty and the guy in the Chewbacca bikini."
Yeah. That about sums it up.
I just love saying that the United States Capitol fell to Duck Dynasty.
Are any of the Duck Dynasty guys, like, real shitty about...
Yes!
I assume they all have shit politics, but, you know.
When Trump was first elected, there was, like, this ad we saw of a fucking YouTube banner ad of, like, different people from different, like, spaces representing their space in support of Trump, and, like, there was that weird police chief guy that wears shit tons of fake medals representing law enforcement, and the main Duck Dynasty guy representing, pause for effect, you're gonna laugh, the working class.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do.
Fucking multi-millionaires.
Yep. Nope. That is as American as it gets. My God. Like, just an ignorant fuck with no idea what they're doing anymore, appropriating the aesthetic of another group and twisting it to their own ends is as American as it gets. I loved all the people asking. They were like, "This isn't America. This is not what America." No, that's what happened last night. Was the most American thing I've ever seen.
Mm.
I'm not proud of that fact, but it's where we're at.
All right, I've thrown a few notes on my takeaways from things and links and questions in VC Share.
Ah.
If that's useful to anyone.
Let's see what we got.
It's a little scattered, but this is how Jack takes notes anyway.
That's valid.
Might be.
I'm eating food.
We got chips and ate those chips.
I literally just went downstairs, made 2 microwave pizzas, and I'm eating them now.
Microwave pizzas?
Microwave pizzas?
Oh, yeah. They're
It sounds awful.
The Chicago ones are surprisingly edible.
Oh,
Like,
I've got a bunch
honestly,
of
they're surprisingly edible in general. They're not like the best, but it's hard to get pizza wrong is the thing.
That's fair. Okay. Actually, I have seen some places get pizza spectacularly wrong. Although, That's because I am not fond of Greek pizza.
Gritza.
Greek-style pizza is just not my thing. Like, I've had it enough times to just... The sauce is a bit too sweet. The bread is a bit too much. It's not my favorite.
Mm.
I
We put
actually
something in.
Hmm?
Sorry.
I'm just quite fond of New York style pizza. Like,
had it.
Americanized it may be, but I'm very fond of. If you're moving to anywhere on the East Coast, it's most of what's available.
And we're going to mass, so we'll be near y'all.
It's true.
We'll be slightly like relative to where we are now. We will be closer to Zoe.
Yay!
It's true.
Only an ocean away.
Still an ocean, yeah.
Mm.
We need to figure out how to like move our bike. We might just have them shipped over,
Makes sense.
Also,
or just like pester people into letting us rent a U-Haul and have the road trip over.
theoretically,
Cycle the entire way.
I also refuse to acknowledge Chicago pizza as pizza. That is
It's
tomato.
a chimera.
That is tomato fucking soup.
Mm.
It's
That
a
is-
chimera.
That is chunky tomato soup masquerading as pizza.
It's
Yeah,
fucking
even though the
pasta
brand-
sauce.
Even though the brand was called Chicago Town, it's mostly bread.
Yeah, I'm not into it. Like,
Fuck Chicago.
what? Well then, I don't hate Chicago. Just what they did to pizza. Ooh, AK. I have I ordered like a barfly set of like just some nice stuff. So it's got like mixing glasses, wedge knife, a few different bar knives, shakers, a couple of different
about
types of
movers?
strainers, stuff like that. And I'll grab up some bar books soon, but what I'm just excited to get to being able to whip up proper cocktails.
You've got shakers, but do you have movers?
Dear God, please.
I think the joke's funny, and I'm going to tell it until somebody else laughs.
God damn it. I appreciate your persistence, but you keep making it.
Oh yeah, that guy, Orange Vest Man.
Orange
Vest Man.
Vest Man.
Orange Vestman. Which sounds like investment, but I couldn't think of a pun related to that soon
All right.
enough.
I was about to, Minerva, I'm not gonna lie, I was about to just rail at you for the words
Oh,
pickle
fuck.
cocktail. However...
Isn't that called a pickleback?
Like,
Pickleback!
then again, I'm sitting
Yes,
here
it
like,
is.
what is a martini? It's fucking olive juice. And it's olive juice and fucking
That's
vodka.
a dirty
or
martini.
gin.
That's a
Yeah.
no.
No?
Okay. Pull up.
Okay.
Back the truck up. You have awakened the sleeping peeve of Yeen.
Good.
We have no horse in any alcohol-based race.
Educate
so-
me, please. I wish to learn.
A martini
Uh-huh.
is traditionally made out of gin
Uh-huh.
with some vermouth and either like olives or a twist. Acceptable. It can also be made with vodka. This is also acceptable. A Vesper martini uses equal parts
Hmm.
with Lillet Blanc, which is a vermouth offshoot. And with a large twist, and that is the traditional James Bond martini.
Hmm.
A dirty
Okay.
martini is one where you deliberately add olive brine. Like if
Ah.
olive brine gets into the like more your standard issue martini, it's only should be the stuff that's just on the olive to begin with.
Hmm. Okay.
Who's having martinis?
Oh, I'm learning more about the different types because the couple of martinis I've ever tried have apparently been dirty martinis.
I love dirty martinis; they're my favorite type. But I
They're
will
quite
fight
good.
about this.
No, that's valid. I wish to learn more.
Like, I get really peevish when people like so, and the reason this is a drink. It also happens to be the name of the glass. However, just
Mhm.
because you put it in a martini glass does not make it a martini. And if you call it an appletini, I will throw it at you. I hate that. People used to have all kinds of great fucking names for their drinks. Like, I have vintage cocktail handbooks that have unbelievable stuff, like the Angel's Nipple. That's an actual name.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Like,
Ooh. Does it
we
at
used
least
to name
involve
stuff-
some kind of cream-based liquor?
yes, it does.
Oh, thank
Like,
fuck.
we used to
Good.
have all of these sorts of things. But now you just put it in a martini glass and basically staple the suffix teeny on the end of it and consider it done. And I want to fight
That's-
about this because that's
Come
lazy.
teeny.
Gay divorce is a cocktail, apparently. That
That
Come
sounds.
surprised me.
teeny.
I
We
basically
heard you.
I basically did a weird remix on the concept of a kamikaze, where I swapped triple sec for blue curacao, and I emphasized lime juice. I added a dash of lemon juice, but mostly still lime juice. And I used like fruitier vodkas, so like any kind of like berry vodka is what I'll prefer for it. So you get like a raspberry or some kind of like just wild berry citrus mix, and emphasize a bit of lemon for more bitters, and I've dubbed it the Memento Mori, and I'm quite fond of it. It is sour and bitter, much like life, and a constant reminder of one's own mortality. Also, it's a cloudy blue color, and I quite like that.
Question: how late are we thinking of going here?
That is a good question.
'Cause that's going
How late
to...
do we want to go? Like, I would
I'm-
say
Indifferent.
Yeah, I'm
It's
down to go as long as
currently-
we need to go. I'm
Like,
having fun, but
It's currently 1:45 in the morning for me, but I'm pretty
Yeah.
close.
So-
We'll need to make
so-
dinner at some point.
yeah. So I would plan on maybe half an hour longer. We're at a good point. We're going to be coming up on a good point where like, we can break
Okay.
and then
That's
like
fair.
basically continue the next day.
yeah, okay.
That sounds good.
Like in terms of the plot of the actual game.
Mhm.
So I would say we can move forward as, within reason. Again, I think about half an hour should be fine,
Yeah.
if that works for everyone.
Yeah, that'll be perfect.
And then we will break and we will come back and then we can get down to some real fun brass tacks next week.
Hell
Sounds
yeah.
good.
Yeah, this lot feels like a week of planning is needed.
Yeah.
For you.
I have some notes up.
Yeah.
some-
AK, I love it. Thank
Yeah,
you,
the
AJ.
notes are all.
It's-
Yeah,
It's
the notes are
Jack's
very
sort
good.
of breakdown of how she sees some of the relationships here, as well as some questions. Like she's done like private investigating type stuff before, so
It would actually be okay if you copy that into the game notes channel so we don't lose it.
yeah, sure.
Thank you. I didn't want to copy it without, I didn't want to be like, oh, I'm going to steal your message and put it in another channel as if I wrote
I
it.
still,
That
I
felt
still know
rude.
it's mine. Yeah.
It's,
Uh,
it's not like there's anyone you're like stealing it from to like present.
I
as
take
yours.
plagiarism very seriously, Nick.
Really
That's
appreciate that
That's a
about you.
good thing to do.
Years of university have taught me to not do plagiarism and nothing
and
else.
let me guess, all of those university tracts saying, "Hey, don't do a plagiarism," all read oddly similar to one another.
Yeah.
Almost like they were copying from each other. I don't know. There's probably a word for it.
University's weird because you're taught to reword things.
Constantly.
No,
Basically.
I did a 4-year in English linguistics. I have learned many different ways to read. It's all just tactical bullshitting.
Yep.
But
All of the things that we could see ourselves not being miserable going to college for are things that would be nowhere near worth being in debt until we die over. So we're just not going to go to college.
Yeah, it's not for
that
like,
was
I
where I
enjoyed it,
was
but
at
it's not
your
for
age,
everyone.
honestly. I only
What
went
did
to
you
uni
say,
because I
Adrian?
needed to buy time while I didn't get a job.
Yeah.
And I say that that's me being somewhat glib, but like, yeah, I went to uni because I didn't know what else to do to get a job, and it turns out
Fair.
it just transed me more.
I
Yeah.
have been transed.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Minerva is accusing me of seeing Doctor Who concepts, and I will tell you, when I run my session, at this point, I'm increasingly just leaning to it just straight up being Doctor Who and nothing else. Thank you for my TED talk.
Stealing concepts isn't a thing. That's another thing we wrote about in our article briefly. Everything's been done under the sun. It's not about making something new, it's about making something personal.
You got that
Yeah.
phrase
Yeah.
from me,
No.
and I got it from Fallout New Vegas, and I'm proud of you
Mhm.
for making an example of the concept.
Hmm.
I mean, what else am I doing right now with this
Exactly.
nonsense?
I mean, this nonsense is very fun.
I mean, I find it important to be as a big old arty farty bitch. That's the technical term. I think it is important to acknowledge that there is a difference between straight up just copying something and remixing it, doing
Mhm.
something else with that on top of it.
Taking
Mhm.
inspiration.
Yes.
Or even just coincidentally making the same thing, because human minds tend to be fucky like that.
You know, every now and then you have to reinvent some stuff.
Yep. Like, to be fair, the settings I've
And
thrown at
that's-
you have been
Sorry.
like the settings I've thrown you in have been nominally from Magic, but most of them are very differently flavored from the way they are in the settings proper, which is valid. It's kind of the
Indeed.
point.
There's an amazing quote we heard a while ago that was specifically in reference to musical style, but
Mhm.
I feel like applies to all forms of art. And that an individual gets their style by failing to emulate all of the things they like at the same time.
Yep.
Interesting.
Mm.
So, everybody, since we are running a little, starting to get into the final hours, let's get this all wrapped up.
Yeah.
Let's.
Let's get to
So-
the thing. Yeah.
So when we when we last left our intrepid heroes, when we last laughed at our intrepid heroes, hero is maybe a strong word.
Protagonist.
Ether's
Yes.
Protagonists.
Jack
That
had
implies
just
no moral judgment.
finished
taking words there.
getting the stories, getting things out of Mikta Mikta Kakiwaddle, excuse me, I always forget the TL on the end of her name. And frankly, at this point, Mikta is just definitely just eating cheese puffs and letting them fall out the bottom of her open jaw because it entertains her to do so.
Love.
She is the only person here I feel like I can relate to. We're friends now.
Yeah. I
now.
think Mikta Kakiwaddle is actually is definitely vibing with Jack. She
Yep.
appreciates having
She's-
somebody who's as like
That's
not give a
that's-
fuck as her.
That's
Mm.
us finding the one queer person in new social environments. This
Yup.
is the only person I relate to. This is my friend now. We're friends now.
Havelock is getting on with anyone who likes to hear stories and talk about stuff.
And fuck.
Well, that especially. Havelock has taken
Havelock's horny.
more than a bit of
More like-
notice.
More like Hornlock.
It's hard to tell stories with your mouth full.
Havelock has taken more than a bit of notice with our dear lovely trash queen.
Yeah, Tlazolteotl is just kind of like she's laying it on thick and she's enjoying like
Oh yeah, like both of them
making
know how
Havelock
this.
squirm.
Well, yeah, sort of.
Squirm
Like,
is not squirm in discomfort, but squirm in like, oh god, I want you.
oh yeah, no, Havelock. I imagine the both of them are just at this point. It's just incandescent fucking fire show of just flirting with each other. Like, it's like watching a pair of ships battling each other with cannons at this point.
Yeah. Tlaloc is watching all of this like with a glass of scotch in his hand and just a look of profound like, why am I here?
Poor Tlaloc.
Tlaloc is like,
Is
yeah.
Ether still talking about guns with that one?
yeah, Huitzilopochtli and
The
Ether are
teen.
still talking, and they're like deep into the like clearly.
They're now
Anemic
just
looking
talking about gun
teen.
design.
Yeah, no, they're just talking gun design with Huitzilopochtli, like, and they're both kind of into it. I would say, like, not in a romantic way, but like in a, I found somebody who shares my interest. I don't feel like I'm completely out of my depth any longer.
Mm-hmm. Which is excellent. I also love his. I love his name. I love what
Isn't it
he's the
great?
god of.
Yeah.
It's the coolest.
Shoki Quetzal is just very deliberately making Dreadfesse just into the biggest, stupidest puddle of gay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I like the idea that Drifty's sort of like, I probably should go. Like, no, she'd think this, but like, she probably wants to go and talk to the conspiracies because that's sort of goofy shit she's into.
And if Havelock can rope Shoki Peely
And-
into the conversations as well.
Yeah,
Oh, Shoki
But it
Peely
is-
is totally like
yeah, no.
is sitting on the other side of Havelock, and like somewhere in the conversation, just casually pulls out a little flask and offers it to Havelock.
Oh, yes. Havelock offers Shoki Peely their flask in
You both-
exchange.
You both take a swig.
Yup.
You immediately get a mouthful of what you can detect is basically a very, very strong psilocybin-based brew.
Yes!
With some other things going on in it too.
Oh, double plus, yes! Havelock's having fun now.
And Tlazolteotl looks at Shoki Peely and goes, "Don't get him so out of his skull that I can't have fun with him."
Havelock, at that point, just looks back at them and is like, oh, not to worry. That should not be an issue.
Notably,
Scrolling-
as you're saying this, Havelock, one of your pupils has like expanded wildly and the other one has gone pinpoint.
Yup.
Bloody hell.
However,
Oh,
she sees like Havelock in the reflections in Havelock's eyes, if she is looking at them, like starts seeing some of the real debauched shit Havelock has done in the past. Very especially like oh god, this might be a little rough for anyone in the mental connection. As Havelock just starts thinking about the massive drug-fueled orgy in the middle of the House of the Setting Sun.
Ether immediately like fucking freezes what they're doing and just like leans past what's the name of the person they're talking to? I keep forgetting. Leans past the teen towards like looking to Havelock and just shouts, "Get out of my head!"
Havelock like starts up at that and is like, "What? Oh, right." Havelock just dismisses the mental connection for all but a few and like does his best to tone it down.
Ether
I feel like-
relaxes a bit at finally like having their brain back to themselves.
Trevor says, kind of, I think that she's trying to escape, but she's failing.
She's too busy being a puddle of
Yeah.
just a puddle of
Yeah.
gay.
Yeah,
A puddle of bottom.
there's not much I can really add.
Maple vibes.
Yeah, no. She Trevor
Yeah.
say, like
Oh,
me,
for
does
their part.
occasionally just sort of shut down.
For that, like Havelock does dismiss the mental network. He keeps it going for Mithraea, Yersinia, and Jack, but it's very much a background thing. It is much more in the background because Havelock is focusing more on what's going on with with their new friends, and also, while I'm thinking about it, oh right, and in Havelock's flask is one of the more experimental concoctions that they've come up with. It's just it's a few different things, but it's mostly hallucinogenics. It's like a very weird and very eldritch sort of psychedelic. So yeah, that's what Havelock's up to. Hello,
Hello.
Huh?
Huh?
Yin.
Hello, can you hear me?
There you are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I think I
Okay.
dislodged. My headset has a cord
Ah, yep.
that plugs into it, and I think I managed to jiggle it.
Valid. You're
Anyway.
valid.
It'd be like
What was the last thing you heard from me?
I can't remember.
They swapped drinks.
Oh, yes, they swapped drinks. Sorry, God, I've
Havelock's
been muted
is
for
a
a
very
while.
yeah. Oh, if you've heard mine, then you're all
Yeah,
set.
no, I've heard all of you.
Oh, good.
It just it gets between my ability to talk mostly.
Yep.
But yeah, so Huitzilopochtli like sips it, savors it, goes, octarine. I haven't seen that in a while. And Yersinia looks at Choki Peely with this look of like profound distaste and fear.
Yes.
Notably, since I haven't had much time to talk for them, just because I've been
Yep.
busy introducing everybody the fuck else, like
Mhm.
Yersinia and Mithraya are like eyeballing Jack at a distance with the facial expression of, okay, what's the plan here?
Yep.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah, like I said, Havelock's kept the mental connection for
Also-
everyone who wants to be involved, but
Yeah.
has probably knowingly
Muted themselves.
has knowingly like muted themselves and has just muted themselves. Um,
Yeah, notably, Yersinia and Mithraya are also obviously really into Mictakakiwaddle. Both of them really would like to talk death. They want to talk death and bones.
yeah. Do it.
So
Ones.
I'm not talking to myself. We just presume that this happens.
Well, yeah, I meant like you can just have it be a thing that
yeah,
happens.
no, it's a thing. It is like as y'all head back over, Yersinia and Mithraya head up to Mictakakiwaddle and Jack, and like y'all can have a conference now if you want.
Mhm, mhm.
Conference call.
Yeah. Notably, one thing Dreadfast that you should be aware of is the longer
Yeah.
Shoki Quetzal flirts with you, the more Tlaloc looks like he's kind of tempted to pull your head off.
To just kill you immediately.
Oh,
he is
dear.
increasingly aware and increasingly still unable to escape.
Oh, yeah. No, that's
Sorry. I feel
yeah.
like she's sort of gotten. She's not the best at resisting what I'm kind. It's not. I don't know if it's technically mind control, but she's not resisting this very well, regardless of what it is.
I think
It
it's
could
just
be-
flirting.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know
no,
if
like
it's mind
Shoki's,
control. I think it's just flirting.
yeah, Shoki's
Yeah.
not using any magic powers on you. She's just that pretty.
She just
And-
liked this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair. I think she's like. She wants to not this happen.
I'm not.
But also like she's just sort of like she's so words going away from my brain. Give me a second to brain. Maybe I'm more tired than I think I am. It is 1 a.m. But yeah, like I think she's sort of like
Oh, 1 sec.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, I think
Yeah, Dreadfast,
I think she wants to just sort of
sink into the floor.
She wants to, yeah, well, yes, but she knows that the thing that we're here to do is mess with not these people really, but the other.
The other people.
But
Yeah.
making some friends along the way is never
Much
a
as she's
bad
making
sign.
friends along the way,
I mean, y'all are making some.
she
great
might
allies
get
right
dead along the way at this rate. And she cannot cope with this lady's immense top energy.
now.
To be blunt,
Yep.
like she is having a time. She needs to take a breather from this, and she's just like. But also, she doesn't want to leave her. At the same time, she does want to stay there. It's
Yup.
basically
Yeah.
she's being as indecisive as I am, the player.
Yup.
Yep. So it's just yeah,
And
I
yeah.
Hmm?
Let's see. I'm gonna wait for Dax to show up, but it's about at
Mhm.
about this moment that Tezcatlipoca rejoins all of you.
that's probably. I think
Where
I
has he
think that
disappeared
might be
to?
how good
No
they
one
get
knows,
out
but he
of that.
certainly smells like a bonfire and mezcal.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think
As you do.
I think Dreadful notices him, and as he's the escort, he's like, and just bolts for him. across the floor.
I'm imagining that bolts and like grabs Tez around the waist.
Basically, yes. I don't know
And-
if she'd be forward enough to grab him, but basically
Go
that.
for it, because that. So kind of Tez very gently removes the arms from around his waist, like. And again, I don't want to get too far ahead, but we can always recap a little bit for Dex when they get
Yeah.
back.
Yep.
But when this happens, Tlaloc gets up and like turns and looks at both Dreadfase and Tezcatlipoca like now he's interested in pulling 2 heads off instead of 1. And just looks at Tez and goes,
Oh.
"You."
You. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Tlaloc.
I've made it worse.
And Tez just grins at Tlaloc with the most shit-eating smile that you've seen in all of eternity. He goes, "What?"
Havelock takes note of this and files it away under deeply interesting.
I've run out of. I can't do my thoughts now. The boys are fighting.
Alert, alert, the boys are fighting.
The boys are fighting.
What?
Dread for say game mess. That's too many S's, Zoe. Oh no.
Jesus Christ.
The minute "you" comes out of Tlaloc's face, Shoki Quetzal is up and she like gets in between him and Tez. And she's like, "Oh, are we gonna have this argument here tonight?"
We're back now. Apologies.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
To catch you up real quick, Dax, because I couldn't fucking keep my mouth shut. Basically, Tezcatlipoca has shown back up for everybody. Dreadfase ran over and hugged him. Tlaloc now looks like he wants to pull off both Dreadfase and Tezcatlipoca's head, and Shoki Quetzal has gotten between the two of them and is doing one of the stereotypical couple that's been together for way too long. "Oh, you want to fight about this here and now?"
Yup.
Type of wedding arguments, you know the sort.
Mhm,
Yep.
mhm. All too well.
Yup.
I mean, we don't have memories of those kinds of arguments associated with weddings, but we have memories of those kinds of arguments.
Yup.
Uh-huh.
Our parents are, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Doing
Yeah,
this
no,
now.
it's
In front of everyone.
everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In front of the kids.
Yeah.
Yup.
In front of our guests.
Havelock is turning their like other than their eyes, other than one of their pupils being blown the fuck out and the other just being this like tight little pinprick of a pupil, they're like otherwise seem fine. They seem totally fine otherwise, like they're carrying on a conversation. They will occasionally make references to things that apparently only they can see. But beyond that, they're doing fine. They will occasionally talk to things that are not there.
Yeah. Also, to some degree, whatever Shoki Peely has given you gives you a modified, wonkier version of like, and a much lower grade version of like the truth sight that Jack has just naturally.
No.
Sort of.
Oh, you should
Basically,
not
like,
give something like that to Havelock.
because the thing is, it's
You
not
should
like
not have.
it's not like how Jack sees everything and sees the actual truth of things, but basically the important thing I'm getting at is that Havelock can see the alternate forms of these gods around him.
Oh,
And so
yeah.
Tlaloc now looks more like a fucking kaiju than a human.
Oh.
And
Oh,
again,
he's even
Tezcatlipoca
hotter now.
Tezcatlipoca is just a smoke person with a human skull inlaid with obsidian where his head should be.
Oh,
That's
Havelock
also
thinks
maybe a
everyone's
jaguar.
Havelock thinks everyone's even hotter now. Damn it! What does the garbage queen look like?
Oh,
Possum,
the garbage
possum,
queen.
Possum, possum, possum.
No, the garbage queen like looks more. She looks like the way she would have looked when she was like conceived as an entity. She's an older woman with like who's clearly had like a couple of kids. Her body is not like the perfect young pristine body,
Mm-hmm.
but
Got
like
a mom bod.
yeah, she's got a mom bod, but it's still a really sexy mom bod.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, MILF bod.
And like there's this black, like it looks like black lipstick, except black lipstick that's been smeared all over her like around her mouth.
Ah.
And she's got like a very traditional headdress. It's complicated, but basically, she's definitely wearing the flayed skin of a captive because why not?
Yeah. Havelock's into that shit. Yeah. All right.
Needs to be terrified.
Shoki Quetzal looks like a traditional Aztec courtesan, complete with like the red teeth and everything else.
I was about to say, did they have like an equivalent to? Didn't they have like something similar to divine prostitutes? I know that's a very Babylonian thing.
No, I mean, divine is not per se the word, but there was a class of very high-end sex workers who, I believe the term is ahwani, something to that effect. And they were beautiful, and they did stuff. They would stain their teeth red with cochineal, and they'd wear their hair loose and long, and Shoki Quetzal was their patron.
Yeah, exactly. And isn't Shoki Pili the male version of that?
Sort of. He's the god of parties and dancing and music and drugs and gambling.
Oh my god. Is Havelock about to become besties with this lad? Because
oh yes, almost certainly. Also, Shoki Pili is canonically gay as a spring parade.
God, yes.
I love referring to like the canon of like mythologies and folklore.
Yeah.
Like it is that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just funny having it referred to as that.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those things I typically tend to refer to it because a lot of these gods like bleed into each other. There was a lot of different groups beside the Aztecs who were worshiping variations on these guys. But like I feel like it's worth remembering, especially with characters like Shoki Pili or like Tezcatlipoca, who's sort of gay and or bisexual, depending on who you're asking. He's almost certainly bi, really, if we were applying our modern perspective on him. Are like they're not big manly straight men who has only sex with women.
Oh yeah, no, the Aztecs were a fun people.
Yeah, no, gender, they don't know her.
Yeah, exactly.
I've actually been meaning to get.
Hardly knew her.
I've been meaning to get a book. It's called The Flower and the Scorpion, the like perspectives on Nahua sexuality circa the Aztec Empire.
Yeah. I'd be
Need
very
to get
eager
off my
to learn
ass
more.
and do that. Why are all the good books on scholarly stuff cost like $30 or more, and I can't order them from anywhere other than Amazon? Fuck.
Yeah,
There's
that's always a time.
Fuck you, Bezos. Why do I have to keep giving you money just so I can learn things?
I mean, there's a serious conversation to be had about the way academia as a concept is just paywalled to shit.
Modified.
But
we can have that, but I need more alcohol because I will be very, very angry.
Yeah, me too. I can have a drunk, angry rant about that another time.
But yeah, anyway, just because we do need to keep things
going.
Schedule.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot we're playing a game and not just hanging out.
Yeah,
sorry,
that's this stream in a nutshell. To be fair.
Yeah, I mean this is true, but like
that's how you know you're having a good time.
So, but yeah, so clearly there's an argument about to go down, and the argument that happens, what you gather from it, because I'm not going to voice all three of them yelling at each other.
Valid.
You should.
That's a lot of work.
I mean, I can try, but I'm not.
To be multiple characters
long and short, something you suss out, and again, I'm just not doing this. I'm too tired.
Valid.
And this is canon. This is actual myth.
Yep.
Tezcatlipoca quotation marks stole Shoki Quetzal from Tlaloc at one point. Whether that was actually stealing or whether that was, oh no, how will I ever escape? Oh, woe is me.
Yeah.
So the way a lot of people portray Hades' relationship to Persephone in modern.
Yeah. Except like both parties are into it.
Exactly.
Like, that's the thing. Like Hades, regardless of whether he's like. We can all love Hades, the big buff himbo of the dead who names his dog Spot.
Yeah.
But like Tez is a trickster god, and his
Sure
MO
is.
is much more like just picture him rolling up to Shoki Quetzal being like, "Hey baby, want to run away for a wild weekend of ridiculous naughty sex with me?" And Shoki Quetzal goes, "Yeah, sure."
Yes.
So
Yes.
yeah, that happened, and Shoki Quetzal was basically having like a rip-roaring romance with Tezcatlipoca, more or less. Whether again, it's like,
Yup.
I can't leave. He won't let me go. You
He
can make me the
won't
bad guy,
let
honey,
me
any day.
go.
Until finally the other gods bullied Tez into letting her quotation marks leave
Yup.
and go back to Tlaloc. So who she's
Mhm.
like,
She's
so
peer pressured
yeah.
into a breakup.
Yeah, basically peer
Essentially.
pressured into a breakup. And the thing about Shoki, just knowing her, is that she loves both of them for different reasons.
Yep.
We have Team Polyamory over here, who's also just
Ooh.
unethical polyamory, aka she's not above cheating.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
The kind of polyamory that, might hurt people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what this argument is about. Again, Tlaloc is like ready to tear Tezcatlipoca to shreds, but he is cowed by Shoki Quetzal. He will not lay a hand on her. And meanwhile,
Valid.
Dreadfase is stuck in the middle of this.
Oh no! Poor Dreadfus.
Yeah. She's become an unwilling participant in this.
Poor Doctor. Love that that's her first name.
It's not.
It is
To be
now.
It kind of is.
So
But
as all this
It's a
happens,
chosen name. My chosen name is Doctor.
you joke, but literally yes.
Yeah.
The-
literally.
Full NB energy.
the conspiracy pantheon
Yup.
gets up and migrates on over, and the natural healer goes, "I hope we can fix this. Is this a problem
Oh god, that
with
voice.
the fight?" I'm
It's
sorry,
so
I'm putting
good.
on the worst
Too
fucking.
good.
It's too powerful. Havelock at that point.
Channel
is-
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Oh
Does
god.
anyone
no.
need? I have some young living oils that might make everyone a little calm.
Havelock, no joke.
I have
just
doTERRA's running a sale, and I wanted to help you all get in on the financial freedom.
Yeah, you can be your own boss, babe.
Havelock literally
Oh,
just
no.
picks up
These
their
guys
little
are-
shog. He picks up his little Shoggoth friend and it like perches on his finger quite lovingly. And he just whispers a little something to it and it kind of just disappears.
Interesting.
Uh-oh.
Also, by the way, Havelock, looking at these guys while high is not a great time.
Oh no, yeah, like Havelock's looking at this and is like it's like Havelock does just like kind of sidle into Shoki
Chuckles
Peely.
were in danger.
No, just kind of like
Oh yeah, no.
chortles for a
Honestly,
bit. And is-
honestly, the "we're in danger" is probably exactly the thing you should be doing. Frankly,
yeah, no,
Yeah.
Havelock is like it is a good thing. Like leans into Shoki Peely and oh, I've forgotten the other one's name. I'm sorry.
Tlazalteotl
Tlazalteotl.
or yeah.
Yeah, to both of them, and it's it's a good thing I've fucked so many Shoggoths because otherwise, what these things look like would be driving me quite mad.
Dreadful
Shoki
say
Peely
expects
just
the essential
Be
oils.
in a lot of trouble.
Shoki Peely just pulls one of the morning glories off of his crown, stuffs it in his mouth, chews and swallows, and goes, "Well, that's a little bit better."
Valid.
I'm the god of hallucinogens, and they're a bit even for me.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot. They really are wretched things, aren't they?
Oh, you have no idea.
You'll love what happens next.
Oh boy.
As Havelock's little pet Shoggoth just kind of like sort of apparates near our dear naturalistic healer friend.
Oh boy.
And just like
Ugh, okay.
looks cutely at her.
Dreadful say does not understand most of these
Question: can
conspiracy
she
theories.
see it, or is it
Yes.
invisible?
No, it's very real. It apparates in front of her. She can see it. It looks cute.
She
It does its
sh-
cute thing.
she looks at it. She goes, "Oh," and then she just reaches into a pocket and dumps a cup of bleach on it.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's rude.
Dreadful was going to
She
accept
kind of
the treatment.
Watches,
And
because I'm
then
guessing this
that
is
happens.
not a good thing for the Shoggoth.
Oh, it's not. It's not. Bad things happen. When it sort of just starts shrieking. Some of its eyes open into mouths and it shrieks a bit. And
Oh, God.
may or may not
Poor baby!
may or may not spray her with a lot of acid. Just pretty brutal acid, actually. Before just
So,
like disappearing.
Roll me, just real quick, roll me 2d6 and take the best. Let's see.
Okay.
We're
let's
actually
see.
getting some combat this late in the game.
Oh yes. Let's see. What the fuck? Oh. Oh dear. That's annoying.
What is it? Where's
Oh,
what is it?
I'm like
Where-
hitting my macro keys and I forgot to turn on
whoa.
my my goddamn we'll just use the exclamation point one then.
Yeah. Just let me
Okay. And
dice rolls. Give me a dice
okay,
roll.
a 2 and a 1. So yes,
So that's a
but.
So the acid hits the natural healer like right in the face and down her chest,
Yup.
and like her skin withers away down to the bone, just melts down so that like jaw and teeth. Interestingly enough, you see the front of that nice cashmere sweater like evaporates, and you see before like it starts eating into the flesh beneath, the skin is like horribly pocked with sores and
Yup.
wounds and all this like clearly signs of like chemical burns and malnutrition and a bunch of really
Mhm.
bad shit.
Yup.
Yeah.
And
MLM shit.
yeah, and she kind of stops, and with that very distinct like, oh. But as you watch, her face reassembles itself, the skin knits back together, the cashmere sweater like re-knits itself up the front, and she goes, well, that was rude, but now it's all cleaned up.
Like the Shoggoth after doing that like disappears again and like
Yeah.
reappears like hiding under Havelock's hair.
Yeah,
and just
that is the correct
wounded
reaction.
and upset. And Havelock is just
baby.
Havelock through like in their mind at least is like, oh, it's okay, little one. We'll get you all like they're already healing. They might be drinking a bit of Havelock's blood.
Yeah.
They're just like, it's okay, little one. You're fine.
Ooh. Like,
So that was horrible. Havelock is looking at that with like a newfound level of alarm and is like, oh, I see.
and yeah, the natural healer's just like, do any of you need anything to help you calm down? Shoki Peely eats another flower off his hat.
Yep.
Crown.
Havelock idly reaches up to Shoki Peely's headdress and picks
Shoki
off
Peely hands him one.
Yup.
Dreadful also takes one.
Maybe not. I don't think Dreadful should be getting high on morning glories. That's
Yeah,
probably
no.
not a good time for. Yeah, no. Tezcatlipoca takes the flower away from. Yeah.
Havelock's clearly a veteran of this sort of thing.
Dreadful fails to do drugs.
And so the natural heroes or healer.
Oh god.
No, incorrect.
False, actually.
Wrong, incorrect. Like zeroes in on like our newcomers, in particular Dreadfesse, and is like, do you need anything to help? Again, you seem very unsettled. Maybe you've got some toxins.
Seem
Can I help
very
with that?
stressed. Can I help you?
Everything.
Can I help you decontam? What's the word they use?
Detox.
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 Yeah.
Yup.
Yep.
Now, the thing is, Dreadful was going to take her up on this because she would have 100% believed this because she's not from a universe where this sort of thing was even slightly existent.
Yeah.
And then
But
she saw her pour bleach on a Shoggoth.
Yup.
And so now she's not going to go near anything. She's going to
Yup.
politely decline, by which I mean she goes, no.
Here's the thing.
Question marks?
The natural healer does not take that as an answer.
Oh,
She just keeps sending you Facebook messages.
Yeah, well, no, but she zeroes in. She's like, really, hun, again, you seem very... Stress is often a sign of, like, parasites. I can help you with that.
Stress is a sign of See, this is all.
I
Like,
wish
you
to
could
fucking
just
God
be-
I was kidding.
no, yeah, no,
Here's
this
the
is...
thing. We've seen all of this.
It's...
That
It is too on the nose. I love it.
hashtag
It's
that's
so
legit.
realistic.
This is me finally getting a chance to punch some of these things.
Yeah,
So,
that's valid.
Dreadful is like parasites. I don't know what those are.
she's like,
Ah.
But this is just how I am. You
question,
see-
does anyone want to interfere
Yes.
with this? Okay, then go. Somebody go.
Yeah,
Somebody
Havelock
Go.
immediately
Go.
Havelock very surreptitiously.
move.
Yeah, Havelock surreptitiously the chains start winding down Havelock's arms as the book opens.
Oh shit!
And Havelock, like quietly, like perhaps out of sight, positions himself in such a way that the two gods he's sitting next to can see what's happening, but they can't. And Havelock starts muttering, specifically to the, or with the very specific target in mind of the naturalistic healer, starts muttering incantations of filth and decay and rot and just all of the fears of the visceral,
Okay.
just the visceral horror of decay and rot and all of that. And just invoking
Tlazzletattle
as much of that
Yeah.
onto her as possible.
Tlazzletattle snaps her gum loudly and goes, "I like your style, kid." Roll me 1d6 and take the best. You're trying this on a god.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack asks Mictacoctowaddle if this popcorn that they're eating is organic, because and there's some sort of dusting on it that's like cheesy, but it's got a little spice to it. It's real nice.
Ooh.
Anyway, you want another drink?
Mictacoctowaddle gives Jack the secret
Yes.
Mictlan popcorn spice recipe,
Ooh.
just
Ooh.
casually, also while watching this and
Better.
like eating from the same bucket.
So a
Mhm.
4 is
Alright.
just a solid yes.
That's okay.
So I'm thinking, if I may control what the effect
Go
is.
for it. Yeah.
I'm thinking maggots. Lots of them.
Oh God.
Eating
Okay.
their way through.
Okay. I will see you that, and I will raise you a slightly different idea.
Oh.
Rather than eating their way in, she just starts vomiting them out of her mouth and her nose.
Even
Christ.
better.
I'm
Perfection.
so sorry,
Yeah,
everyone.
I'm deeply sorry, Dax.
Jesus fuck.
I'm deeply sorry, Dax.
Just glad Maple isn't fronting.
Yeah,
She
no,
would
so-
handle this very well.
Yeah, no. But yeah, so she like
Mhm.
they just, and you can see like the visceral like sense of being appalled by what's
Yep.
going on.
Yup.
Like, and
Just like
she's-
unbridled offense.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's like it's offense, and it's also like being proved wrong.
After the book is away,
Yeah.
Havelock does just mutter under his breath so that only the people near him can hear it. That's right, bitch, squirm.
Jesus fuck.
Havelock
And-
does not like it when people fuck with his friends.
And the natural healer finally like composes herself, like snorts the last maggots out of her nose,
Yep.
and goes, "Who did that?" And suddenly there is like there, like before she was cute, she is terrifying now. This is like
She
content
has
warning.
ceased fucking about.
Here's the thing, this is content warning. Everyone has had that experience as a kid where you encountered somebody in power over you, whether it was like a school nurse or a doctor or a
Yup.
teacher, someone who had
Or a
that
dad
power.
just taking
Yeah.
shot in the dark, you know?
Any of these things where like, and they have power over you, and they have absolutely like malice aforethought.
Yep.
Like again, like the kind of substitute teacher who or just any teacher really, who would tell a kid not to go, that they can't go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
That kind of
exactly.
person. She has become that person in front of your face.
Good.
And like, if this is something that bothers you, you're bothered by it.
Yep.
Like, who
I think-
did that? Yeah.
Huh.
Havelock continues their casual conversation with the two gods, continuing on and flirting heavily.
Shoki Peely kind of breathes out very slowly through their nose, like, ballsy move.
Here's the thing.
I like to imagine that, like, it wasn't just you, it was, like, the character was chuckling as they spoke.
No, that is actually what Shoki Peely says.
Yep.
Straight up, just
Yeah.
ballsy move. 'Cause that is a ballsy fucking move.
Yup. Havelock is just like, just casually, just as they're talking, is just like, just looks them dead in the eye and is like, nobody hurts my friends.
Here's like Dreadfuss's quite scared, but she's never actually had parents or authority figures like that. She's had like, but most of the authority figures she's had to deal with have been at a distance.
Yep.
So she's never actually encountered this before. I'm not sure if that makes it more or less effective on her.
Havelock
Like-
is the last person who got this way to Havelock. Havelock murdered.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Can
that
Havelock kill our dad?
that professor that professor that Havelock killed, that they had a very large
Yeah.
and dramatic falling out before that
Yeah.
happened.
So, before
think-
things can escalate
Yep.
any farther, there's a sudden voice from like up the stairs from where those like hotel rooms seem to be.
Is it our lad?
It's Quetzalcoatl. He's
Mm.
coming down the stairs.
And there he be.
Yep, it's the man of the hour, everyone.
Himstov.
Like Tezcatlipoca goes, literally, like you, Dreadfussy, you can hear him mutter this under his breath. Ah, it's the man of the hour, finally. And
Yep.
Quetzalcoatl comes down, and you notice immediately, again, he looks like he should belong with his, like, the rest of his group, the rest of his pantheon, but there's, like, subtle warping in his face. He doesn't look right. Like,
Ooh.
he's significantly, for lack of a better description, whiter than he has any reason to be.
Yep.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Does he sparkle in daylight?
No.
Quick question though.
Coward.
Yeah.
What does he
Yeah.
look like to Havelock? Does he look
To
like the winged
Havelock-
serpent, or is it not like that now?
To Havelock and Jack, he looks like, again, Jack's gonna get the fuller brunt of this,
Yeah,
or
the
like,
fuller.
or at least like the stronger, clearer metaphors, shall we say?
Mhm.
Like a starved serpent that's been kept in a shitty zoo,
Mm,
but doesn't
Ah.
know that there's anything better outside of it.
Interesting.
Havelock, like, for a brief moment when they walk down, like, even if it's not as strong, Havelock just
Yeah.
has this. There's this look of really profound pity on his face when he sees this. Like, just openly just pitying.
Yeah. And Quetzalcoatl comes up to you and he's like, "Why is there fighting? It's going to be my wedding day tomorrow. I don't want any fighting at my wedding." And like as he does,
Too
he
late
comes
for
up.
that.
He comes up and puts an arm around the Reptoid Queen, and you see her palpably like flinch away from him.
Oh.
Like not necessarily flinch, maybe is too strong a word. She kind of like tries to shrug his shoulder off
Yeah.
with like it's a look of disgust, not fear. And she goes, "You know that the groom should not see the bride before the wedding, don't you?" He's like, "Honey, it's one night. It doesn't actually matter." You can tell by the look on her face it matters to her.
Yeah.
Mhm. And again, Havelock just files all of this under useful to me later.
Yeah. So
Is it-
Quetzalcoatl.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick
Yeah, go,
question.
go.
Again, I might have spaced out at an important moment again, but is Ether still just talking to the teen about guns?
Yeah.
Huitzilopochtli and Ether have kind of, when the fight broke out, they kind of slowed down to watch with like one eye, and once the whole vomiting maggots thing happened, they definitely both have stopped and have been watching this shit go down.
Yeah.
Like okay, in that case, Ether is observing from a cautious distance with like their guns are holstered, they're being respectful, but
Mhm.
they're not like the catches are open on both
They may have,
holsters.
yeah, they may have, they may just casually be resting their hand on their hip near their gun.
I
Like
I
the
really like
holsters
the
aren't on like the sides of the hips. The shotgun scabbard is on the back of the hip, like a short sword scabbard,
Mhm.
and the pistol is under the shoulder.
I like the
Oh,
idea that
okay.
because you were discussing the shotgun, you just still kind of have it in
Have
your
it.
hands.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And you were holding it very carefully and very safely at first. And then when the fight started to break out and tension started to do, you just sort of slowly moved to the hand
Less
position.
safely.
A bit more likely to
Reflexively I
actually.
reflexively get ready for like into a like
Yeah,
holding
basically.
it ready to aim it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Notably,
I just thumb off the safety
yeah.
just for a moment.
Yep.
Notably, Huitzilopochtli looks like he wants to like grab one of those guns to help out, basically.
Yep.
But as he
Ether
thinks about it,
doesn't let him.
I mean, here's the thing: Huitzilopochtli thinks about it, and then he like inhales, and you see sweat break out, and he just kind of slumps. He doesn't have the energy to grab.
Hmm.
Oh shit.
So, yeah. So Quetzalcoatl again is like gets to meet all of y'all, and I'm not going to go through all of this, but what y'all immediately like, he's like, "Hi, I'm Quetzalcoatl. It's very nice to meet you." Big manly handshake. Like this guy's
Oh.
energy is all kinds of wrong, and you can feel like some of the Q-ishness coming off of him. Like,
Ooh.
I mean, there's like 6 Q's in his name.
yeah, I mean there is that too.
Not
Um, That's actually apt. I didn't even think about that. That is totally true.
Yeah.
But
That's the thing,
yeah,
I tried to like choose a hyperbolic number, but how far off am I?
I mean technically he only has one,
There's
but that's
only
all you
one,
really need.
but- Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
that's all you need.
yeah, that's all you need.
That's
but
why
yeah,
they're
so-
called koalas. Fuck.
Yes.
I've
Also,
just now
that's where you get
realized
the
a
word
couple of
Quetzal.
snake names. Yeah.
My only association with the word with the name is Quetzal is a vocal stim for a Caves of Cud character.
Nice. It's a good word.
It is. Like
but-
it's one of like the community one of the community's favorite characters in Caves of Cud is this autistic anthro bear engineer girl.
That's adorable.
It's
I
great.
need to play this game. You've
but yeah,
increased my
so-
need to play this game.
Caves of Cud is
just
excellent.
Her name is
yeah.
her name is Q Girl.
Aw, that's adorable.
Mhm.
Just to get us
And she says Quetzal when she's excited.
Aw.
Anyway, I just
Yeah,
like
no, it's
talking
okay.
about this
I
game.
know.
Everyone
Trust
should
me.
play it.
I do appreciate that, and I also appreciate having things where it's like, do this thing, engage in this thing. Anyway, moving on. So, like, he meets everybody, and he's like, "I hope y'all are going." Y'all has just invaded the way I talk. Sorry.
I've noticed.
It's a useful word.
It is. It's we need. Okay. Later. Finish game.
Uh-huh. This will
so-
be post game shit.
Yeah. So after Quetzalcoatl gets like introduced to everybody, he's kind of like, "So y'all feel free." He's just gonna sound southern for some fucking reason.
Course
Y'all
he
feel
is.
free.
Y'all
to-
feel free.
Yeah, y'all feel free to help yourself to all the food that you want. I don't know. And all the food that you want, and then go on. We've got rooms for everybody. Pick whichever one makes you happy. Please try to avoid doing anything too sinful on my wedding night. Or like my pre-wedding night. I would appreciate that. Tezcatlipoca makes
No
like this
promises.
incredibly rude "fuck you" kind of noise at that, but Quetzalcoatl ignores it.
Yep. Meanwhile, Havelock just looking directly into the eyes of Titslit fuck.
Tlazelteotl.
Tlazelteotl is just like no.
And he's like, but with all that said, I think we're all like, some of us do need to get our beauty sleep. And so he kind of not beauty sleep. What is, think we all need to simmer down for a minute. There we go.
Yeah.
And like puts an arm around the Reptoid Queen and walks off to the other table, like talking animatedly to her, and her entire body like is like, no, I don't touch me.
Uh-huh.
And all the rest, and you can see Q kind of walking along next to them, just smiling, super pleased with himself.
Havelock is just watching all of this and is like, not to disparage your, family.
Oh, disparage away.
But
Disparage away.
Quetzalcoatl seems not right.
He's not.
They got
That's
the look of a
Tezcatlipoca.
They got the look of a starved animal.
Like I said, this is Tezcatlipoca's like on his 5th glass of mezcal, though he will never get beyond like regular standard issue fun drunk.
Yep.
He's he wants worship again. He wants to have all them believers.
Ugh, but
He
at the
thinks-
cost of this?
All this for a drop of clout.
Pretty much.
God. And then Havelock does also look over to Huitzilopochtli.
Huitzilopochtli, yeah.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I'm
It is okay. It is
bad at
okay.
Yep.
Call him Huitzi if you need to. It's a long
Huitzi
name.
actually works. Looks over to Huitzi and is like, your lovely feathered lad there isn't doing so hot. See,
No.
see, Havelock, looks at him speculatively, then looks at Nibirius, then looks back to him and is like, does he have more, what's the fancy word for blood? Not homeopathic,
Oh, fuck me.
Hemopathic?
Hemoglobin?
yeah. Does he have more hemopathic needs?
Yeah.
That's
Chucky Peely is like looks kind of depressed. He's probably the one who's been hurt the most out of all of us.
That's fair. That's fair. Can I get him some? Will that help?
Do you have a war captive or a true believer?
Oh, I was thinking he could just have some of mine.
Doesn't work quite like that.
Oh. Yeah, Havelock suddenly looks real. Oh. Looks like,
Sacrifice Q.
Havelock's like, I
You
could.
never know.
Havelock looks at the other group of gods. I could probably find one. Could probably find a war captive here.
I'm sorry, we had to mute our mic for a second because we just thought of something really stupid, like a joke we can't wait to use later and desperately hope we don't forget.
Mhm.
We were just cracking ourselves up and had to deafen to avoid it.
How fun.
Write it down quick.
Yes.
I would like to specify that it's really stupid and won't be worth the wait now that I've set it up.
Do it anyway. Fuck it.
All right. But so basically, at this point in the evening, again, like the conspiracy weirdos go back to their side of the room. Everyone else kind of settles down, and eventually, not to like railroad everyone just to the end, but
Mhm.
everyone heads to bed. They head to bed with whoever they want to go to bed with.
They Ruweeby season 1
Or
finale.
Yeah, Havelock goes to bed, does not go to sleep.
No.
So how many have joined Havelock and probably Nibirius?
Well, Tlazeltale has definitely come along. Shoki
Mhm.
Peely starts in his own room, waits till y'all are done with all the boning, and then shows up with more party drugs and all of his ravers.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, they bring the one raver who's still stuck in Crystal and use him as a disco ball.
Yes. I only.
And what of the cactus?
Oh,
That poor fucking creature that I just wanted to put down before it could experience misery.
the cactus just has a conversation with the bartender.
The cactus and the
does not
bartender
seem-
might be getting along well, actually.
Yeah. The bartender doesn't seem to get tired. things get, lights go down, whatever sun exists in this world sets, and the bartender just continues to polish glasses and talk to the cactus. And if anyone was around to hear, it sounds like this bartender has been here for a very long time.
I'm actually planning on spending some extra time at the bar after the crowd has dispersed. I would like Jack would like to introduce herself to the Illuminati.
Oh, to the Illuminati. Oh, yeah, no, because the Illuminatus, or the Illuminati
Yeah.
Lord, has remained at the bar as well. He has not
Well,
gone
that's
along with the rest.
perfect because I'd like to introduce myself as a friend of the family and as an interested third party, and just sort of have some conversation about, I don't know, let's say the stock market. I know a lot about the stock market.
Oh, yeah.
And given my
How about
background
that
in
money weather, eh?
given my background working with and around like financial elites in a futuristic New York sort of setting, I imagine we have a lot of common language. That it established that I am a individual of wealth, means, and taste, and just sort of let's get in good, so to
Yeah.
speak, because I've got some thoughts on how we can use this guy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and here's the thing, something you figure out really quickly, Jack, is that no god has to be drunk. No god
Mm.
is actually, like, required to follow the human laws of physics when it comes to alcohol. But this god has allowed himself, has deliberately
chosen
allowed
to,
himself
yep.
to be blackout drunk. Like, he is, and like we joke, but it's not like he is angry. There, like, and
Yeah, no, that's
he's
valid.
become one of those, let me tell you one more thing, kind of bar patrons.
Oh, he's the he's definitely he feels a bit like a bitter, washed up celebrity type.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
also
who's
one thing.
certainly desperate for
Before-
people to hear their plight.
Before Havelock disappears into the room and just mutes the shit out of the mental link, he is like, I'm going to be strengthening some alliances. Reach out, give a holler if you need. I'll be in your minds.
Yersinia and Mithraio are like with Mick to Kakiwaddle because they're all going to go and talk theory for the rest of the evening.
Yup.
They all watch this go down, and Mick to Kakiwaddle is just like cracking up. She's like, Plausalteatl is going to eat him alive.
Oh,
Probably
God. I'm waiting for
Yersinia
Yersinia to
goes-
just be like, he'd be
Yersinia
into
goes,
that.
Yeah, exactly. Get out of my head. But yeah, but down with Jack.
Yeah.
Jack is like, go ahead with a question, and I'll respond as Mr. Illuminatus.
Well,
or I can just start
I
spewing his anger.
I was gonna say, I low-key want to play this character because I have an idea of what he'd be like.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, honestly, again, Jack can play the part of the wealthy elite sort of style, so she can mimic that language and that style. So I'm not sure how she'd say that exactly, but sort of like, oh, I've heard the news and then the trouble with this new upstart interest in the family there. I've heard there's some friction there. Is that something you can elaborate on? Sort of sound like an interested tabloid reporter.
Yeah, no, when you say that he pounds his fist on the bar, gestures for another drink, the bartender just kind of like cocks one eyebrow, slides it on down. He's like, you have no idea. I used to mean something. I used to be one that people thought was in charge. I was always in charge. Things were good. The market was good.
Oh, the market.
Believed that I was...
Yeah.
Had respectability, damn it!
We had respectability. We had new world orders and all the good shit. And things were stable and it was all set. That was what was good about it. Because it didn't matter how much People, one more drink, bartender. Pours it into eyeball.
Yep.
It didn't matter how much, like, you could conspiracy until you were blue in the face down in your room down on 24th Street, and you could say we were all in charge, and we were. I was, and people believed, and it was good. It was good, and it was stable. And then they decided that wasn't enough. They wanted more. They got greedy, and now this new fucker's here. And now he's trying to actually change things. He's destabilized everything. And now he's trying to link us up with these freaks just because they've got more power than we do.
Ooh, indeed, of course. Gotta keep that bloodline pure.
You have no idea.
Of course. That's simply deplorable. Hashtag.
You think I'm mad about this? You think I'm mad? Oh,
But you certainly seem mad.
I am. Don't you
Mad enough
you
for a
forget
whole
it.
family, but I can't imagine you're the only one that has some strong opinions on this.
The Reptoid Queen, she didn't want to be any part of this. It's her
Really?
that's on the line, you know.
Ah,
All of her
that's-
dignity and everything, but Q doesn't care. He's the boss now. I have
Of
to listen to
course.
what he says.
How scandalous, truly.
And you know,
Well.
Reptoid, she would have been happy. She likes Q. She thinks Q's the best. Thinks he's real good and hot, but he doesn't want shit to do with anything because he's too fucking selfish and up his own head. Back in my day, we had honor of a sort.
Honor among thieves, absolutely, well understood.
We were gods. Maybe not gods. People didn't know who that, but like we had power, and it was a good stable power. And now there's all this, and now she marries that fucker. Everyone, I don't care what Q says. I don't care what Q's plan is. I don't care if Q wants to eat that stupid snake alive tomorrow. I don't fucking give a shit.
Well, I'm gonna take a little bit of a gamble here.
Yeah?
Because he seems
Yeah.
pliable.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to dispel my glamour
Mm-hmm.
and show him my hair.
Okay.
Say, you know, the Reptiloid Queen and I have more in common than you might expect, and I understand her plight. And
Roll me 2d6 and take the best for me to get a decent reaction out of this.
Sure. Don't need space in there. Dice parts are you drunk?
Incorrect.
That's
What
no,
the fuck? What the
no.
fuck is
You're
that?
trying to use. I think you're trying to use the commands for
That is. It's
the other one.
exclamation point 2d6. You don't need the R.
Yeah, psychic has died as well, just
Okay.
to rub salt in that
So we got a
wound.
4. We got a solid yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey. You do kind of look like her.
Right? The resemblance is uncanny.
I think.
Other
Here's
than
the thing, though.
Other than the
Here's the
scales,
thing.
I don't think there's a lot
Here's
of
the
actual
thing. You're prettier than her.
Oh
You're
well.
prettier. You have hair. You have hair. She's wearing a wig. Don't tell her I told you that.
Ooh, that's. I'm gonna file that away for later.
Oh my god, yes!
That's getting filed away.
Yeah.
That's a fucking bullet in a gun if I ever heard one. Okay,
That
okay.
certainly
continue.
is.
Just rip it
Oh
off.
well. Thank you. That's very flattering of you to say.
Critical.
But yeah, you understand her plight. That's what you
Yeah.
said. I don't know that we can fix any of this. The problem, it's Q and that snooty fucking Karen. I don't know what to do with either of them. I don't know what to do with any of this. I really wish we could fucking get Moon Landing back. He was way more fun than this new motherfucker.
Oh yes, I've heard tales. They used to exchange stories of him around the boardroom or on our extended brunches. That lasted 2
Yeah,
weeks.
the good 3 martini ones, right?
Oh, at minimum, more if we could get our assistants to cancel the afternoon meetings.
Sounds
Well.
like my kind of people.
we have some sympathetic ears on our side. You may not believe it, but it's the truth.
Hey, you do?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And
Huh.
we might be able to arrange something here. We may not. We may have more in common than you think. Wink.
Do you
Well.
say wink?
I'll no.
God.
here's the so the Illuminatus looks like, yeah, you know what? Tomorrow, we'll I'll you can count on me. You know what? You can if I can do something, I will. And then he tries to wink, but he just blinks because he only has one
Because he
eye.
only has the one.
I will give a hearty chuckle at that. A
He
man of
does
honor,
say
I
wink to
respect
make it
that.
clear.
I will shake his hand.
Imagine if somebody with both eyes just like looked at you, closed both eye, like blinked both eyes really like deliberately, and just said wink,
Yeah,
Wink.
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 but yeah. So, Jack, do you want to keep talking or?
Oh, we'll continue some light conversation. We'll get away from the immediate topic there. Sort of, we don't want to fixate on that too much. I don't want to sow any doubts. I don't want him to suspect more than he needs to. He is a
Yeah.
useful tool right now. Okay. Yeah, we'll have some pleasant conversations about that time we exploited some people, or
Yup.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. It's two
We,
peas in a pod, you and the Illuminati.
Yeah.
So while this is going on,
Ooh, can I
you
slip
go for it.
something in?
Go for it.
Because Ether doesn't sleep, I was thinking that they, like, at some point after all the crowds have gone, like around when Jack's talking to the Illuminati, like starts going, like, walking through the building on their own.
Oh,
this
no.
is
casing it,
No, this is so Ether as you're walking.
like looking for
Yeah.
things like escape routes and
Yeah.
cover and shit like that.
Oh, absolutely. But as you're walking along, like you see it's the alien prince. It's the young UFO looking guy. He's coming the opposite way to you, and you can see he is super nervous. Like if you've got any like body temperature detection type stuff built into you, you can sense that he's like seriously nervous.
I would think that with that level of nervousness, the body language would speak clearly enough for even Ether to understand.
Okay, perfect. But as he comes up, he kind of like he's like right up close, and you can see him visibly shaking, and he like grabs one of Ether's hands, and before Ether can do anything about it, he shoves like a piece of paper into that hand and then just keeps walking as fast as he possibly can.
I just like, hey, what is this? What's going on?
Oh my god.
Like, and he just when you turn, he's just gone. He's just disappeared.
What the fuck? Oh, our phone fell. There we go. So we have camera on.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So I presume you want to take a look at that piece of paper.
Yes. I like as soon as I realize he's gone, I just like first I like check back, over like the hallway and stuff to make sure nobody else is coming, like that he wasn't chased or something, and then I like look at what's on the note.
And it just written. So on one side, you realize it's a shitty Xerox of the "I want to believe" poster on one side. And on the other side, it says, "I don't care if you have to kill me. Get me out of here."
Oh. I have a lovely home for him.
Oh no.
I was kind of wondering if that's where we're going with this.
Oh, no. I was thinking we could just have him live in the collection with us.
I mean, maybe.
You meant the book.
Well, the thing is, that might be the only
that's an
option,
okay plan
depending on
B.
things. Like, just
okay
hold these
for the
things in
book.
your head.
What's that?
We have multiple options. So
that plan B is okay for the book.
Listen, it may be okay for him. At least it's a reprieve from what he has now.
I was going to say this may be the Magnus Archives equivalent of what's his face, who's just like burned my fucking page.
Yup. And that's
Um,
fair. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Oh, poor Jerry.
but yeah.
You
So
okay, Zoe?
I'm dying a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Oh, also,
It's
Yeen,
so
Coalfire says
fine.
hi.
I say hi back.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I think that's where we're going to end it on that traumatic note.
Hell
Valid.
yeah.
Sounds good. I have to say, when I initially conceived Jack as being a financial officer and securities investigator, did not expect that background to actually be pertinent.
That's
Well,
spectacular.
I'm still
out
I'm
nicely.
I'm
Also,
still proud of the joke of when you started talking about stocks and stuff, saying how about that money weather.
Mhm.
I do like
Right.
that. I was actually going to say,
Yeah.
how about them bulls and bears yesterday? That was quite a fight.
Yep. Ooh, my whole
So-
thing with and this has been plaguing my mind since we started this session, and I had Havelock light up his first cigar, and that is, if just my thing of like, you know, the memes of like, if a thing did this, would it do it like this or this? And all I can
Uh-huh.
think of is, if Jack smoked a cigarette, would they do it with their mouth or all of the snakes' mouths? That's all I can think of today.
Just imagining every snake smoking their own cigarette.
It's just
Nah,
been
their
living in
lungs are
my
tiny.
yeah. This has
They
been
would
living in
care.
my head rent free.
Well, that means the snakes would all take very tiny poles and make it last for a long time.
Oh god.
Also,
Sorry,
snakes,
they're all the right
uh,
scale. They're all like tiny cigarettes.
snakes cannot actually generate the proper suction in their mouths to do so.
That's fair. Then I
Because of the
suppose
way
They
that
don't
they
answers
actually
it.
smoke them, they just want to fit in. They just all
Yeah,
got
they
tiny
just want to
cigarettes.
look cool.
Do not smoke, kids. It's bad for you.
Sure
The
is.
only thing the snakes are interested in are mice.
That's
They are.
valid.
Avoid nicotine.
Also, sometimes eggs.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm.
But okay. So obviously we will reconvene next week for the actual
Yes.
wedding day. And
Snakes smoking them.
obviously
Mhm.
anyone who wants to hang around and talk a little bit more about stuff or
Oh, of
ideas they
course.
have or what have you.
Yes.
I
more
have a
welcome.
bunch now.
But I just don't want
Yeah.
anybody to have to stay up too
I should
late.
probably go make dinner.
That's
yeah, or
valid.
go
Yeah.
eat.
I don't have
Eating
to
is
have dinner.
important. Anything that is important, like we will take note of and put into the Discord.
Mm.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah,
shall
We're
I'll
mostly-
see
we're
if I
just-
can collaborate on my plans for Mr. Illuminatus there, because I've got some
Mhm.
thoughts on him. But I'll
Oh,
do
we
that
know
after
someone to raid if they're still live. Good friend of ours. Check the second check the
What?
most recent message in our server's self promotion channel. The one after yours, just the most recent one. Friend of
Oh,
ours.
okay. Sure.
Hell
Sure.
yeah.
I'm happy to go raid. All right, let's go raiding.
Tell
Oh my god.
Mhm.
tells her that Dax sent y'all.
Oh, no. It'll just be a mystery. I prefer it this way.
Bye.
No. I don't prefer it that way though, and I'm sending everyone. Well,
Well, you're
you're
coming along for
technically
the
sending
raid,
everyone.
Dax. You can just type in.
True, but I have to pick up my phone, or I can just open it in my browser.
Yeah, you could.
Sounds like a you
That is an
problem.
important factor. Someone said,
Let's
It's 2 a.m.
go sleep,
Get
Zoe.
rest, Zoe.
Yeah, I'm running out of book.
Go
I'm
to bed.
having a
Go to
time.
bed. Let's all bully Zoe into bed. Go
No,
to bed.
Well,
fuck.
you heard it, Chad.
No, I want
Bully
to
Zoe.
Go to
No.
bed.
It's
Bully Zoe into
Zoe
bed. Go
hours.
to sleep.
It's a game.
Go to
I want
sleep.
to do a murder.
Zoe, I
No,
will
sleep.
disconnect you from the chat. Oh, she's
Sleep.
gone. I didn't
Good.
even have to. All right, as long as she gets rest. All right, now
Good.
let's
Ugh.
see here. That's I think that's correct
Yeah,
spelling.
it's not connecting to chat. I want to say incoming in her chat. There
The
we go. Now
mature
it
side of
should
my
be
brain
working.
is like, well, that's a tech problem. The immature side of my brain is your mom's not connecting. I'm like,
Mood.
Now I just had to refresh.
Okay. Ophelia the Snake. Okay, did it.
that's a great name.
It is.
Oh my god.
Huzzah! All right,
Oh my god.
time for raid. I
Yeah, let's do
suppose.
it.
Incoming feels like it's unhealthy. Damn it, Zoe, you can't even type straight. Go to bed. Love you. Rest well. All right, and raid. Anyway, before we do raid, it has been a delight, everyone. Thank you for joining us this week. I look forward
Come
to
back.
being able to do this again next week.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Shit's gonna get real next week. There's not a lot
Hell
of dice
yeah.
rolls this time. Next week, I think we're gonna get to some punching.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Love
the
me some
raid
punching.
begins. Be lovely, everyone.